Men at war are the masters of their fate, and this time around, we're going to have 18 to 16 to 12 of these teams. I repeat, it's going to be 16 to 12 of these teams too. We're coming down slowly to make sure that we have the rest 8 of these teams to make it into the grand finals. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make sure that we give you all the action. You guys are watching the Sky Championship 2025. This is going to be the last chance qualifiers where we have 16 teams, amongst which 8 teams are going to be making it into the grand finals. We already saw yesterday we got the first 8 teams. Now we're going to have the second set of 8 teams making it through. On the desk this time is going to be for the first time Raider joining me. Raider, how are you feeling? I hope you're getting some wings yourself, because Red Bull energy drink is one of our favorites as of today.
I've got my own Red Bull, and of course I'm flying high at this point because, to be honest, the competition is going too much amazing. Yesterday, if I'm not wrong, in the last match we got to see IQOOSOUL coming way too close to being there in the top 8. But unfortunately, it was a battle between the behemoths, Hero Extreme, Godlike, IQOOSOUL. I do believe there was True Rippers. BLITZ also came into the picture. So much has happened already in Skyesports Championship 2025. I don't know what else is going to happen in the next following days.
It's good for us to say that expect the unexpected, because Sky Championship 2025 BGMI has been that throughout the tournament. From places where we see new teams who have recently formed their lineup dominating the lobby, to the more experienced one almost getting eliminated from this tournament itself. But yes, we're gonna have a detailed discussion with the trainer on the desk. But for those people who are watching at home, do not forget to subscribe, share it among your friends, and bring them over here, because we'll be heading into the first map of the day directly, not wasting any time whatsoever, because it's going to be a very important day for all these teams, as all these 16 teams are going to be fighting it out for 24 matches. That is 3 days straight to make it into the grand finals.
Oh, it's going to be a long journey for these lads, but eventually, in order to start it off in the very first matchup, we do have the map of Erangel coming through. Flight path starting from Sosnovka military base, going all the way to the northwestern angles of Zarki. It's going to be a fun ride, to be honest. Areas like Yasnaya, Lipovka, Milta Power is pretty much far away, but still I do believe all those major drop locations, like if you talk about military base, Primorsk, Feripir, Pochinki, Rozhok, they're in closer vicinity. So I do believe teams are going to have their own fun drop over there and eventually try to get the gist of the competition from the very first matchup, try to be the victorious one from the very first matchup.
Absolutely. Look at the flight path, man. It's a very interesting one, if you ask me. For the first time, I've seen such a flight path coming in, starting all the way from military base. But I still feel that there are going to be some drop clashes. There might be some teams who will be looking forward for that early confrontation, because it's all about getting that 8-point average in every single game. And it was clearly shown to us by Vasista yesterday that if you stay consistent in every single game, make sure you come into the top 3. Let it be a heal strat, let it be a circle hold in the center, let it be through finishes. All you need to do is an average of 8 to 7 points, and then you're sorted.
Teams will be seeking for that average, but look at this map. Everybody is scattered right now. A lot of teams are trying to find their right place in the map. I'm looking for the play zone. Wherever the play zone is going to go, I do believe there are going to be a lot of chaotic fights. Initial clashes. Don't see any big rivalries being brewed up. Yeah, Rivalry and Team Genesis are pretty close to each other. Oh, look at this fairly central circle coming through. A little bit of a western shift coming through, and Pochinki is going to be the heart of the circle. You have school, you have Rozhok, compounds like that, where IQOO Orangutan is going to have a lot of fun. IQOOSOUL is going for the school paths. There is a good possibility that we'll get to see some fights between Forever versus Alibaba Raiders. Let's wait and watch if that is going to be the case. Meanwhile, Godzrin is going to have their own fun run in Sosnovka military base. They usually love to jump over there, and right now, looking at the flight path, they have an easy access to it. I don't feel they're going to have any initial clashes, but while traveling to the play zone, IQOO 8-bit might say hello to them.
Understandably, we're able to see that all these teams would want to stick to the center of the map. We have been seeing lately that everybody would have understood that the circles usually tend to happen around the flight path region. So many teams would want to hold that center part of the circle, which is apparently very close to the flight path region. Coming back, it's good to see a lot of switcheroos taking place in the lineups. and drop locations as well, because as we started off to see that Revenant XSPARK has always gone to their drop location of Nova Repnoi, whereas there's been a small change with LIKHITA Esports, because they have moved away from Pochinki to make Gatka their region, all thanks to VXT, who tend to drop clash them because VXT's home ground remains Pochinki.
Oh, Genesis Apollo. This could be the first bird coming through. Is the first knockout. Team Genesis is under trouble, and that fight is happening in the hospital area. Shadow also goes down. The IGL is now out of the equation. Rivalry, they're going all in at this point. We really want to see that fight coming through. The hospital regions is not that easy to deliver a fight. Shadow, he won't survive. Up there you go. The first blood comes through. Apollo is already knocked out. Kamla Boy and the other guy won't be able to get that revival done and dusted. So Team Rivalry clearly is capitalizing the regions of hospital and these compounds of Georgipol Southwest compounds. They are clearly having fun. IQOOSOUL, Nakul on the other corner goes down. Not just that, Goku also goes down. Goblin goes down. Team Phoenix, what are they doing? Venom Gaming. Oh my god, Manya. The only guy who has got the responsibility right now. It feels like that is going to be a big responsibility.
Oh yes, a very big responsibility indeed, and he'll have to make sure that he converts that. We did see that he was able to register 2 knocks successfully. Apollo also gets taken down and finished off over here. Manya puts up a Molotov, but apparently takes away his own teammate's life. And finally, Altu is going to be coming into the picture, making sure that he picks up frags after frags, as Manya will have to tuck his tails and fall back. Has no other choice but to play for placement points. But I don't think so. Venom Gaming is just going to let him breathe easy. As we can see in the mini-map, they're up for a chase. They're trying to traverse around the very region to find out where Manya is heading. 2 different vehicles on his tail, and Manya will have to show us some brilliance if he has to make sure that his team survives. OG is also coming into this picture as Manya tried to change the seat and take some shots. I do believe that Aru wants to commit to this fight, and Manya is saved by a skin of a teeth.
That's a blessing in disguise for him, because now that Venom Gaming is distracted, OG, they can fall back, but no, Manya goes down. Unfortunately, seats were changed. AKOP went all in. And remember, guys, AK is a guy who has been MVP in official events as well. So this guy knows how to deal a 1v1. Beautiful pick. The first opening for IQOO Orangutan, and that was the last blood coming in from the sides of IQOOSOUL. That's it, guys. The very first elimination of a team in this very first matchup of LCQ is here. IQOOSOUL. Unfortunately, just like yesterday, today was as well. Their start is not good. Yesterday, the in was not that good, and that's exactly one of the reasons why they are lying currently in the LCQ at the 10th spot, I believe. But yeah, it's a difficult terrain for them to traverse, and it's clearly Venom Gaming's win in that whole equation of Yasna Poliana fight.
Now, this has been the strat, an absolutely beautiful one from the side of Venom Gaming. Let it be Miramar, let it be Erangel. They always tend to make sure that they rush in at a team if given an opportunity as soon as they touch the ground. And they've been careful to do it every single time and not have casualty. All 4 of them seated in a single vehicle try to traverse around their drop location to see and take an opportunity to strike anybody close by, and they've also been successful in picking up frags as well.
I mean, at this point, that's what matters. The hybrid point system, you need to have those initial picks, and IQOO 8-bit on the other corner. They're also going ham against LIKHITA Esports. That's a good opening. Kyoya has been taken away. That's a knock that they needed. I would love to see if IQOO 8-bit is going to charge on it, because honestly, getting an opening is not that easy nowadays, and even if you get an opening, cherishing on it or capitalizing on it is just not going to be easy. Rage God, look at him. He's on the barn house. There goes a nade. It was a close one. IQOO 8-bit. Ash is going to lose some chunk of his HP, but Mafia on the other corner knows where the position is. And he's popping off a nade. Rage God drops down. He's trying to evade. He's trying to evade the attack. Fierce and the other guys are trying to give a good cover from the back ends. Oh! But there you go. Beautiful knockout coming in, and it's from his own teammate. Mafia popped off. No way, this is not looking good. LIKHITA Esports, they do have an opportunity right now. They can strike in. They're trying to get back into the fight, healing themselves up. And there you go, Mr. Pineapple also goes down. Top for you. Beautiful picks coming through. First one for LIKHITA Esports has been confirmed. Not just that, IQOO 8-bit Ash is also down. It's all trickling down to Mafia, the guy who popped his own teammate off.
Absolutely crumbling under pressure is what we call this. And look at the presence of mind coming in from Puka. He wants to make sure he peeps through the window and tries to take the
Oh, he has
frag.
spotted him. He has spotted him.
He sees Mafia, but he doesn't have a gun in his hand, but still was able to jiggle around and put him down. What a gameplay coming in. Mafia. I guess Mafia had to compose himself a little bit earlier. Probably it's the smoke which kind of, blurred his vision as Puka was trying to make it through the window. But Puka, he'll have to thank his stars. What a moment it was for the side of LIKHITA Esports. And they have had a great start, if you ask me.
Oh, yeah. Without even a single loss, they have gained 4 amazing finishes. Now, that's what you want to call a start. Beautiful. God's they have also rotated back from the military base area because IQOO 8-bit was already on a different angle. They were trying to fight back in areas like these, and that's exactly why God's gets an opportunity to rotate back to the main area, to Pochinki, to the Potato Hill and all. I think it's going to be fun to watch how this whole equation goes down on Potato Hill. In terms of Potato Hill, there will be some more teams coming through. IQOO Orangutan was there for a brief moment. Now they are once again rotating back to the main compounds of Pochinki. Let's see what kind of fight is going to be there. Honestly, I believe IQOO Orangutan is a team who loves to be calm and composed initially and then fights back in the later circles. That's exactly what they're trying to do. But in front of them, there's Team VXT, Versatile, the team who knows how to get the job done. And I'm looking forward to it. To be honest, from past 1.5 years, VXT has been dominating in the areas like Pochinki. So I do believe IQOO Orangutan is going to have a tough time if they really want to take the charge of Pochinki right now.
Absolutely. But LIKHITA Esports, what a conversion. I was pretty impressed by Rage God's momentum in that game. His composure, especially when he knew that 3 people were charging against him. He continuously changed his positions and also made sure that his grenades connect. And it all comes down to the small mistake coming down from Mafia from 8-bit. Now, such a great opportunity they had, but it feels like flushed it down the toilet. But again, coming back, look at how the circle has a different tale to say. It's got to be converging itself, staying away from the flight path as of now. And the center of this is going to be the school region, who's going to be teaching whom a lesson and who's going to be learning the lesson the hard way.
Team Forever Esports. Well, their journey in the official IP was not that pleasing, but then again, this is a team who has come a far way. They have developed some good skills. They have good synergy. Lucifer and all from that particular team are absolutely on point, but there you go. IQOO Orangutan. They find a pick on Raiden. That's the first one. That's the opening that they needed. Sung Jin Woo, Somraj, Equinox. We all know what Somraj has done in past, but can he once again deliver? That's the bigger question at this point. But AMD, Ryzen AI for sure can deliver, guys.
Absolutely. But again, you were speaking about Somraj when given an opportunity, has not failed his teammates. But this time around, it could be a different story altogether because it's the old meta.
Yeah.
It's the old meta. Teams do know that they can rely on the heal strat if required. Teams also have an opportunity to, third party when the situations are right. And those are the moments where we have seen that players like S-Power need to step up more than Somraj. As an IGL, no doubts, he's one of the best in the business. But when it comes to that close range battles, I still believe that many other teams have got an upper hand. A debatable point, to be frank.
Yeah. Anyway, I would like to dive into the fact that BLITZ Esports, I remember them coming into the picture yesterday, the last match, after XTREME GODLIKE and IQOOSOUL was having their own battle. To be honest, so many things are going to happen in this particular POI. Ruins is the area where a lot of people in the chat as well are predicting that the play zone might come through, and I also feel that there's a good possibility that Ruins will be the home of last few circles. We have Easy to Wipe, Rambo, Dazzler, Ronzo coming through. Some shots being heard in nearby vicinity, and that's the area of Water City where VXT was trying to fight back with their opponent.
Absolutely, BLITZ. Another team in the making who have got a great opportunity right now. They've showcased immense talent when it comes to the previous stage of this tournament. And they do realize that given an opportunity over here, they need to make it into the finals. They've got the potential. They're a very composed team. They've got really good players. And let me remind you, Easy Wipe, I believe, is one of the players who are or who is competing in the top 5 of the MVP of this tournament.
Oh, look at that individual prowess. Always fun to watch those performances. At the
Yep.
end, of course, the team game matters, but then again, if you are the guy who is saving your team a lot, who is building up the momentum for the team a lot, we always love to see that kind of a play. But I was talking about Potato Hill moments ago, and we can see IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK is there, holding off the Potato Hill. Pretty fun names: Banana, Grape, Mango, Shadow. These are the 4 individuals who are playing for IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK for now. Nobody in the close by vicinity. Of course, there is a possibility that they might initiate a fight with the original gangster. So far, we have not seen them also in any chaos, any action. But here, Extreme Godlike is under siege. Zap is on the top of this double-story compound, but is he going to get picked off? That's a big question. Zap finds one. Venom Gaming Zyrex has been taken away. That's a brilliant blow to the morale of Venom Gaming. Remember, guys, they were the one who took apart IQOOSOUL, but right now it's like they are counting their
Ooh.
medals. Zap goes down. Venom, beautiful spray from the bathhouse. Not just that, Simp is going to put up some smokes, trying to give some good cover. Jonathan is out there on the ridge, trying to pop off some good nades. There has to be a precision, but he finds one more. Simp has also been taken away. Jonathan and Punk, the last 2 men standing.
Oh.
No way. Punk also goes down. It all trickles down to the guy known as Jonathan. It's a 1v3 battle for him. Can he deliver? That's a bigger question.
Now a lot of pressure mounting their shoulder, but Johnny is still not giving up. He understands the strongest link of this team is on the other side at the
Oh my
barn
God.
region. He also gets shot from a distance, and Johnny is eventually going to fall back. He understands the momentum of this game. He understands the seriousness of the situation. This man has lived this moment over and over again. And let's see how he'll be looking forward to deliver this fight. Showing his backs to the opponents is not one of the wise decisions, but he does know that he's already evaded from this fight, is hidden from the enemy's eyes, and now he's trying to make sure that he does the damage, he deals the damage against the opponent.
Try to peel off, but look at this. Behind that dummy vehicle, Venom Gaming knows where the position is, and they're trying to put some good mollies and nades and all. Jonathan is under trouble. Venom, if he gets spotted, if he gets the first pick, Jonathan might find that momentum that we all know Jonathan can do. Oh my God, those nades are getting way too close for comfort, but Johnny is now cooking off a nade of his own. Can he connect? No, he had that nade in his hand. Never really cooked it. Aimbot is getting closer. Venom is right there on the back. Alto is also giving a good amount of cover. But Aimbot falls back. This could be a make or break moment. Remember, guys, Venom Gaming is the team who completely obliterated IQOOSOUL, and now they are on the verge of decimating Hero Extreme Godlike as well. They have taken down 3 individuals. What about Jonathan? Now, this is the guy who has been the game changer for the team in quite a few moments. Venom Gaming takes the vehicle. VXT. Aquanoxy finds her opening as well. God's Apple has also been taken away by BLITZ Dazzler, sorry. So a lot of fights are being initiated right now, and it's only fair because we are into the stage 3 now.
Absolutely, but I don't think so. Venom Gaming are just going to let Johnny breathe. They're going to keep their eye over the Rozhok region, all thanks to the high ground they have for themselves. And Jonathan, he dare steps into the opponents yet again. A king who needs no throne is now stepping into the vicinity of the opponents just to make sure that he makes them pay. Making them weaker is going to be his prime mission. Whereas on the other side, we have got AR versus the side of VXT. Look at how close this Python has got closer. He sees Venom sitting in the vehicle. Trigger discipline still out there. He sees Alto getting into the vehicle as well. He's just waiting for his moment to strike. He's waiting for the iron to get hot. And he sees more vehicles over here. So the intention is obviously going to be him trying to hold this position. But I do believe that they might have an idea. There it is. Aimbot comes out in the open. Venom's location has got to be compromised. Even before he could change his guns, a shotgun lays flat on his face. And due to which he'll be eliminated from the lobby. But a valiant effort coming in from the side of Johnny. A sneaky one at least. Whereas on the other side, AR's in deep troubles as VXT gets in closer. And they've already done most of the damage. But a very, very good answer coming in from the side of Eggy.
Beautiful spray coming through that AUG. Now that the connection has been made, Eggy is the last one the last piece of the puzzle. And on the other corner from VXC, we have Sung Jin Woo, who is super duper low. And there are certain people who are trying to peep in from Pochinki as well. Sung Jin Woo
No.
cooking off a nade. He has no information where the player is, but he is trying to place that nade. I think
no.
that reset could have been benevolent, but there you go. Beautiful, beautiful nade. I think he saw some pixels and he was on point with that nade. VXC shuts down one more. Beautiful play coming through. But on the other corner, IQOO Orangutan versus IQOO REVENANT XSPARK. A battle between the behemoths once again. We get to see Mango getting decimated, and that battle is actually happening pretty close to the Potato Hill. Right now, Forever is capitalizing on it. But still, look at the way GODLIKE is also forming up.
Oh, look at the beautiful stat. In the 10 games played, GODLIKE have always been, on the top. Or the 7 times they've always been in the top 3. And that shows their success rate. And they'll have to replicate that yet again, even though in the previous stage of this tournament, they were unable to, execute such a prowess. But this time around, I believe that they have an opportunity. They've read the opponents well. They know the strategy of 7 teams at least, because they played with them for the past 3 days. And they would have, and the analyst and their teammates would have watched the rest of the teams as well. So, given an opportunity, it's going to be a great battle to watch. But ladies and gentlemen, look at this. The circle forming somewhere towards the Gatka region, away from Pochinki. And the team to acquire the best spot in the house is going to be LIKHITA Esports. Puka yet again leading his team to high grounds as well as a really good spot in the circle. Same goes for the side of 4 Miracles, the young IGL Dragon. He's also made sure that he brings his team to the northern side, on the northern western side of the map, and they're very close to comfort because they've got another team who might just chime in with them.
I think northwestern side is going to be completely flooded with a lot of teams. We have Venom Gaming already over there, and as you rightly called it out, 4 Miracle Esports is there. There's one more team. That's Team Genesis, who's also trying to rotate back, but LIKHITA has got a good spot. All they need to be worried of is no more backstabs. If they can cover that, I do believe LIKHITA Esports can have the edge in this particular matchup. Venom Gaming on the other corner, after taking down almost 2 teams out of the lobby, IQOOSOUL is done. Hero Extreme Godlike almost on the verge of destruction. Now, the question is, what next? Is it for Miracle Esports who is going to go down? But this fight is outside the play zone. Venom is going to have some serious trouble over there. He goes in for the spring. Beard Baba will not be inflicted with the damage. Venom trying to evade, trying to constantly change the positions, trying to fall back. Will not happen. Dragon spots him, shuts him away. Beautiful knockout. Venom goes down. Yet another troublesome situation for Venom Gaming. Alto and Aimbot, all they could have done is just basically witness, because from the back angles they could not spot Dragon, and eventually there was no cover being provided. Aimbot, although this guy's got 31 finishes, max in a single match is going to be 6. Finish per match ratio is also pretty good. On average, he gets 1 finish per match. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of a damage he's going to do in this one. Already they have got 7 frags, but there you go. Original Gangsters on the other corner are shutting down the Gangsters of Forever. Beast is done. Lucifer is out.
2 big casualty Forever. But I really like the intent coming in from the side of Venom Gaming. They've already got n number of finishes. They've got around 7 finishes. That's a very good average for the first game. Whereas on the other side, you were speaking about original Gangsters and the way they're picking up the pace. They've already put down a player. They know their location. A grenade is also going to be cooked in. All thanks to the smoke that the location has been revealed. OG Goblin, another player altogether, is now trying to traverse around with the vehicle. Try to make sure that they give the required information for his teammates so that they can bring in an assault with Forever is going to remember in this lobby.
Outside
Phoenix,
the zone, remember guys,
very low on HP.
Yeah.
Yeah. All of this is happening outside of the zone.
That's a big problem. Phoenix, he's down. OG, they're also fighting outside the play zone, and I can see that while traveling to the play zone, it could be RIVALRYXNRI who is going to give them trouble. But Toxic, that was a beautiful nade. That was an on-point nade, and I do believe that revivals are not possible at this moment. Arthur from Team Forever has to just make sure that he survives. He brings in the legacy to a good point of Team Forever. For now, not even a single frag, not even a single placement point is going to be credited. Monster Truck's front, both of the tires are pretty much destroyed. So traveling with this truck is going to be impossible. I do believe heal battles are the only viable option this guy has got right now.
He's got 5 first aids, and the blue zone seems to be increased in this lobby. Otherwise, any team could have healed their way into the 6th to the 7th circle. But this time, with the blue zone dealing so much of damage, he'll have to make it inside the circle and then think of other options which he's going to have for himself. Delta PG. Slowly, we're able to see that Team Destro, Team GDR is catching up to their prime, especially Delta as well as Justin. The deadly duo is slowly coming back to their prime, the way they used to execute fights. Look at that. Delta tosses a grenade. Finally was able to catch up to one knock and an immediate finish coming his way. Another following up as well. Delta PG. Are we witnessing the same Delta? The champion team, are they coming back as Destro and Delta will now have to face the wrath of OGs?
Oh my god. IQOO Orangutan, they are pushing in. All 4 men. They've slammed in onto the compound. This could be the make or break moment for the sides of God's Reign. But there goes another nade. This could be close. Can they find an opening? Delta is nothing shy of a chaotic individual. He is still pushing in. Look at this. The pressure is on par. IQOO has got 3 individuals still surviving. OG on the other corner shuts down. One more there. Biswaroop has been picked off. But I would like to see what IQOO Orangutan is going to do. Beautiful nade! Beautiful nade coming through. The nade ricochet from the gate, from the wall. And Delta PG is going to capsize on it. Oh my god, just through the smoke, he connects the last one as well. Delta PG already taking down 5 men. Beautiful play. 5 finishes already in his hand. But right now, his teammate Destro is asking for a revival. Where is Justin? Justin is far away in that mushroom tower. But he's still giving up a good amount of cover. VXC now wants to slap in. Look at this. Not just 1, but 3 teams have charged in onto this compound. As soon as Destro is back, Gosrin will be resetting this fight. But Delta PG, unfortunately, is also going to go down. That's it for the man. He was able to take down quite a few players. But right now, it's VXC. It's Somrad's reign of terror. Of course, he's down, but his teammates are still fighting back.
Absolutely. What a beautiful gameplay coming in from the side of Delta. More grenades are going to be tossed in. And with that, I do believe that LE have last man standing or probably would have said goodbye from the lobby. As VXT from a distance, after retaining a really good compound, will now want to take down as many frags as possible. Delta PG, he gets confirmed. But Justin is on the verge of retaliation. Revenge, whereas on the other side OGs are trying to do their best in a close range battle. We're able to see OG versus 4 Miracles. 4 Miracles are also one of those teams who have slowly caught up to the momentum. They're also coming down to their prime and it's pretty much visible. Toxic trying to do his best, but some way or the other Beard Baba keeps changing his position.
Oh my god.
Now it all comes down to Poco. Can he take him down? Yes, he does. A valiant effort coming in from their side after 6 frags. Stands one last man from the side of 4 Miracles. How long can he survive as 4 Miracles will now have to make it inside the circle. Whereas VXT, with a blink of an eye, Raider, how many teams have been eliminated from this lobby?
Oh yeah, it's not about the teams. I was counting the number of players alive. It was more than 30 and right now it's just 18. And look at this. Everybody is currently outside the circle. Everybody wants to pounce in and eventually get the opportunity. But look at the Salto getting way too close to his opponents. Dazzler, he was super duper low. He'll be back with 80% HP. Utilizes the first aid. Venom Gaming, they are not looking forward to go down. Forever, Zartho has been taken away. Now it comes down to the placement point game. But the play zone is going to strike on him. Altu still survives. Drives the Dacia to a haystack. He's going to put up some good covers over here. Some smoke, some beautiful utilities have to be utilized out here. But Team Blitz, they're also running out of the HPs from that play zone damage. Rambo goes down. Wipe what he's going to do. Is he going to survive? I doubt that. The whole team of Blitz is taken away. And look at this. Once again, Venom is the one who is smiling.
Absolutely. 8 finishes strong is what Venom Gaming is looking right now. And they would want some more in their favor. Reaper going in for the heal strat. He's already made his team into the top 4 and that's more important. We've got Venom inside the circle. All safe and sound. Reaper has got another teammate very much close to him. Another opponent way too close to comfort. And that's going to be Gumla Boy from the side of Genesis. A new addition for this team. But still Gumla Boy was way better. All thanks to his boosted health that he was able to heal himself into the top 3.
This is the Red Bull standoff. Top 3 teams surviving. 5 individuals out there. Venom Gaming still breathing. Rivalry. Remember the moment, guys, Rivalry popped off in the hospital region. The first fight that they took from there to here, Rivalry is still maintaining that manpower. RIVALRYXNRI, Chandan, Soham, Server. These are the lads who are still putting the efforts, who are still pushing the team towards a winner-winner chicken dinner. I doubt that Alto is going to snatch that winner-winner chicken dinner for them, but he can actually get some finishes out here. Kamla Boy, still outside the play zone, have around, I believe, 4 to 5 first aids. That's all he has got. I don't believe that Genesis is going to put their feet into the play zone, into this final circle. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Oh, he is collecting some more first aids from all those crates that were opened up over there, from the bodies of the players who have been slayed. Venom Gaming, one last hope. Alto is the one. Has already secured 2 frags. Can he get more? Can he get the ultimate prize? The winner chicken dinner.
Here stands an opportunity for Alto from Venom Gaming to do the impossible and write his names in the history books, but that's not going to happen because Rivalry on the other side says that, guess what? We are the team. We're going to write history for the first game in this last chance qualifiers. We are going to be the first team to attain the winner chicken dinner and make sure that we have the highest number of points in this lobby. As Gamla Boy from a distance is just going to watch the side of Rivalry have fun over here. He wants to take down a player. Well, the confirmation come through. No, it's not going to come in as the retaliation was perfect. And the winner chicken dinner is going to be landing into the hands of the team which was least expected, if you ask me, from this lobby. That is going to be Rivalry.
Honestly, the way they started off, that was iconic. I mean, they were fighting back with their opponents, I believe, in the hospital region, and they were able to deliver in a big way. From there to here, as I said initially in my segment as well, that they were outmaneuvering their opponents a lot. The way they were able to save their manpower was pretty much important. They were deep into the Pochinki compounds. They came through into the hash sacks. And you talked about LIKHITA as well for a brief moment, that LIKHITA has got a very good spot. That was the southwestern angles of the whole play zone. I believe that was the 4th circle. But the problem there was that they were not able to check out their backstabbing angles. And from there, Team Genesis came through. From there, Gamla Boy and his teammates came through, and they were able to one by one piece take apart the team of LIKHITA Esports. Similar thing did not happen to Team RIVALRYXNRI. They made sure that there are no one who are backstabbing us. All of our enemies are up front, and we can take them one by one. They did not initiate any unnecessary fights like what IQOO Orangutan did, what VEXT did. There was no necessity of slamming onto that compound and getting picked one by one. So I do believe that Rivalry actually played a big game.
Absolutely. Now, the interesting part is, since you brought up that Genesis versus LIKHITA Esports rivalry slowly brewing up, I do believe the filter has read his ex-IGL's mind properly. Gamla Boy was the filter for Pukar, would have obviously told Shadow, I do know the rotation of Pukar. I think we have an opportunity to backstab. And probably that gameplay has come out successful. And I just love the mind games when they fall in place. But as of now, yes, the deed is done. Even after showing some really good brilliance in the first fight from the side of LIKHITA Esports, we'll have to wait and watch how many points they have raked up, because they did not have a good run when it comes to the upper bracket finals. They were suffering the first 3 days. They slowly caught up momentum in the final day, and I was hoping to see them continue that momentum in this last chance qualifiers as well.
I mean, to be fair, against IQOO 8-bit, they were good. They were way too good. I think they have to thank IQOO 8-bit Mafia for that as well, because of that self-need coming through. He was able to get his own teammate down. I mean, to be honest, in pressure situations like these, things like that can happen. Mistakes like that can happen. But this was just the first match of LCQ, so I think IQOO 8-bit is also not going to have that much of a trouble. To be honest, the team which is sitting on the top has got 18 points. We know about our RIVALRYXNRI. They have secured 10 points for the placement, 8 for the finishes. And the bottom team, they will get obviously 0 points in their favor. IQOOSOUL is one of them. I believe Hero Extreme GODLIKE is yet another team who has secured 0 points. Maybe IQOO 8-bit Mafia, once again, they have not secured any points. We'll talk about all of that, but let's have a look at the Red Bull replay as well. The final fight.
The final fight to finish, where we did see that Alto was the sole survivor. Yes, he did rely on this bush, but he failed to realize that half his body was outside of that bush, and eventually made it visible for the opponents. But Gamla Boy, again, trying to do his best, a valiant effort, whereas he got traded out. A few more shots if he was persistent, if he had not stopped shooting and continued the spray from the get-go, I do believe Gamla Boy could have registered another finish, another point for his team. Nevertheless, he has survived. He has made sure that he gets 6 valuable position points by bringing his team to the #2 position.
I think that was the job that Gamla Boy had in his hand, because again,
Yeah.
there was no possibility that he is going to pull through into the play zone, get that 1v3 done, because the play zone damage was immense. We know that it's an old zone meta, but then again, if we talk about the final circles, the zone damage is immense. So you
Yeah.
cannot survive from that. You cannot just go ahead and pop off some first aids and then eventually go into the circle and completely shut down the competition. That could not have happened. But he tried, to be honest. He got a knockout.
Yeah.
Saw him on the other corner. He saw him, and eventually there was a retaliation coming through. But remember, guys, even when the guy was knocked out, what he did was basically he was jiggling around. So the
Exactly.
aim never was on point. The aim never really got settled from the sides of Gamla Boy. So it was an amazing match, to be honest. From the very onset, we got to see some drop clashes, we got to see some compound fights coming through, we got to see some rotational clashes also coming through, we got to see IQOO 8-bit doing whatever they did, we got to see LIKHITA trying to come back in the play zone. So much has happened in this particular first match. What are your thoughts, Arka, on the second game, Miramar?
I mean, I still gonna keep my bets on two teams which impressed me the most. One is gonna be Venom Gaming, taking on the big bulls of the first game and taking them out completely from the lobby and still trying to survive until the final moments with a man loss. I feel that they might continue their momentum in the map with Miramar. And the second team is going to be GDR with Delta PG coming back to his prime. I do believe that they've got a greater opportunity. We're going to be placing our bets more on teams we believe have greater, can do better in the map of Miramar. After a short break, see you guys on the other side. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After an astounding match of Erangel, I do believe the break was required. You guys are watching the Sky Championship 2025, and the next map to be played is the map of Miramar. But before that, a small discussion as to who played the most, who played the most important role as an assaulter over here, according to you.
I think from the sides of Godrian, it was definitely Delta PG for me personally, because the way he anchored that compound, pretty fun to watch.
Absolutely. If Red Bull can give you wings, so does Delta PG's gameplay. It can give you some adrenaline rush because he was beautiful in executing those fights. First and foremost, the way he took down the close range battle coming in from the side of RNTX, they least expected somebody to come in with the DBS, and even before they could blink, they were already done and dusted. And then comes the OGs. Two good grenades were cooked in, and they were laid so perfectly that all he had to do was just step out of his cover and put the final nail in the coffin in the name of Viscott. Let's wait and watch whether he's going to be the MVP of the tournament, because in other teams as well, we had some really good executions coming in, even from the side of Venom Gaming. I do believe it was Aimbot who just showed the signs of brilliance in 2-3 fights. He was the team to give that off angle, make sure he gives the cover fire for his team as well. So the MVP of this game is going to be coming up on our screens. But before that, if you loved any team's rotation, who would you point it out to?
I think Genesis. For me, Genesis was the one who completely took the north corner, and eventually from there they decided to rotate. They could have decided to go from the northwestern angles, but they decided to go from the southwestern part, took down LIKHITA, and then eventually slowly was there into the play zone. Of course, Rivalry is one of those teams who was sitting on the top, but they rotated way too early and they took the compound control of Pochinki, and that's exactly why, guys, right now Rivalry is sitting on the top with that win over the Chicken Dinner, a total of 8 frags and 10 position points. Similar to that is Venom Gaming in terms of frags, pretty close to them as VXC as well with 9 frags, guys. But then again, the top 4 teams with double digits are Rivalry, Venom Gaming, VXC, and 4 Miracles.
Absolutely. Sad to see that no team with the tag IQOO is there in the top 8. All of them did try to do their best with fights. 8-Bet and IQOOSOUL, they were just squashed in the first fights they had faced. Whereas Revenant XSPARK, even though they were showing some signs of brilliance, it was the big wall which was standing in front of them in the name of GDR. They've got a total of 7 points for themselves. GDR, Genesis again a 7. Ellie, it's just the 4 finish points which they took in the beginning phase of that game, all thanks to 8-Bit's small mistake. Whereas when it comes to the most valuable player, we have to say it's VXT's S-Power. 7 finishes. This man was bombarding the lobby left, right and center given an opportunity.
Beat with the nade, with the improvise, this guy was just going all in. Sung Jin Woo, or S-Power as we all know, pretty amazing with the play that he made. #1 in MVP ranking for sure, because this is the very first matchup that we have seen of LCQ. This guy starts off with a banger. 7 amazing frags, finished contribution, look at that. I think VXT secured a total of 9 frags, out of which 7 are coming in from S-Power's hand. That's amazing. Now that RIVALRYXNRI has already conquered Erangel, the question is, what next? And for that, we have the map of Miramar.
Exactly. The schedule seems to be the same, guys. Next, we're going to play Miramar and then a Sanhok, and then you have the Erangel Miramar Erangel combination. Now, you were asking about VXT's performance. You were speaking about Somraj being that key player for the team, and we had a small discussion that the assaulters are the people who need to stand out for the team. And guess what? It's S-Power who did stand out. Even though, we did not witness many of those fights which he picked up, but yes, one good grenade fight which they took against Eggy, the last man standing, was showcasing us some brilliance of S-Power yet again in this tournament.
Oh yeah. I mean, to be honest, Iggy was the last man standing from his corner, and from the other corner, if you see VXC's Sung Jin Woo, that means S-Power was the only one surviving. At that point, there was a decision that he could have revived Equinox, or he could have decided to shut down the last guy and completely take down the team of Alibaba Raiders. What he did was basically cook off a nade, plays it well, and shuts down the last 2 members surviving in from that particular team. Now, that's exactly where you either make or break a formation of a team. I mean, as I said, the decision was there. Either revive or shut down the opponent. He took the latter part and he was fluent with it. That's exactly why S-Power is known as one of the most crucial gunpower individual from any particular team that he has played for.
What makes S Power perfect for moments like these is because of the overall standing, or how the points is distributed. When you know that no matter how much you try, if you just fail from getting the chicken dinner, you're going to land up with just 6 to 5 points in your pocket. Why not clear a squad and pick up 4 frags and then
Oh
try to
yeah.
rely on your teammates? So I just love the thinking coming in from S Power. The same goes for the side of Jonathan as well. Why Jonathan stands out for his team is that he could have fallen back, he could have gone for the heal strat, he could have also thought about trying to survive until the very end and pick up frags. But what he did was believing in his firepower, taking a head-on fight against the side of Venom Gaming. I know it was a valiant effort. He did not pick up even a single point, but he was so close to Venom Gaming that in case they were a little bit not conscious about that player close by, I believe that he could have wiped up a complete squad and got 4 valuable points for his team.
Yeah, there was a good possibility, no doubt in that. And Jonathan is a guy who never likes to back down in a particular fight. Obviously, he took a back road because of the fact that all of 3 individuals that were surviving in from Venom Gaming, they were charging on him. He took a back seat. Then again, he pounced around, took the barn house compound in his favor, and from that angle, he was trying his level best to get the spray done. But that one shotgun connection right on the face never really helped him out. But guys, remember, guys, there will be many more matches. There will be many more comebacks coming through. So let this Miramar come through. The map of comeback, the map where we will get to see a lot of fights, a lot of rotational chaoses, and some brilliant end zone retaliations coming through. The flight path is a diagonal one. It starts from the back end areas of Los Leones, goes all the way towards Ruins and Trailer Park, La Cobe. So I think teams like Hero Extreme, GODLIKE, or LIKHITA ESPORTS, or IQOOSOUL, they're going to have their own fun run. Even in El Pozo, VXT can drop in. They can have their own fun run. Somraj loves to play in El Pozo. Let's see if there are any clashes on those crucial compounds. Godtrain, they take the detour and they are going to go for Puerto. That's a good compound in itself. They can have a lot of loot over there. Alibaba Raiders on the other corner, they love to go to Los Leones. Venom Gaming, that's again a crucial question where they're going to jump in.
Yep.
I want to see if there is someone who is going to take a fight with LIKHITA Esports, because whenever you say Miramar, whenever you say LIKHITA, you know that they're going to go Picardo, but you also know that there must be a clash also coming through in Picardo.
Absolutely. Now, the important part is LIKHITA has got 2 different drop locations. One is Partona as well as Picardo. And if they choose to go to Picardo, it seems like they're taking that risk factor. They want to go in for that early confrontation, probably pick up frags if required. But it seems like right now they're underestimating their teammates, going for a huge split, or probably there's a proper understanding between the teams that nobody's going to tag off one another in the get-go. But there's not going to be any kind of drop clashes because everybody knows the intensity of this tournament. Everybody wants to make sure that they play the grand finals, because Sky Championship is one of the bigger titles you need to have in your crown.
Let's see if that's going to be the possibility. You can already hear some Win 94 shots going on. Venom Gaming, they're in very close vicinity to IQOO REVENANT XSPARK. IQOO 8-bit on the other corner, pretty close to IQOO Orangutan as well. This is Shomashera for you. A compound where you do not get a lot of util if there are 2 or more teams already looting. And behind these silos, Aru is patiently waiting to get the first pick, the first blood of the lobby. But this is a very gutsy decision to just get a Vector in your hand, SKS in your hand, and then eventually push in. There are no helmet, no vest available, just a nade and a lot of courage. That's what Aru has got. And of course, he knows that the setback from the last match has to be recovered in this one so that they can just get that deficit out of the equation. But on the other corner, the first picks, if you talk about that, it's coming in from 4 Miracle as Lucifer goes out as the first blood. And not just that, rivalry versus VXC is also happening, guys.
Absolutely. 4 Miracle yet again coming back to show the shenanigans. This was one of those teams to deal with, and they need to be careful. Vron on the other side for the side of OGs gives the first blow. And I mean, lately I've seen that Atanki has been sitting out. Atanki is made sure that he's only called off when the moment comes, when there's a requirement for the team, because Vron has been filling his shoes pretty well so far. As if he's got an AKOP, the frontline assaulters have been doing decent in this tournament. They might have to step up a bit more just to make sure they get that golden ticket into the grand finals. Yeah. I believe that they're just having fun, man. Because when you look at, yeah, when you look at Venom, even though they're surrounded by 2, 3 different teams, oh no, 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 no! I think I've spoken too early. They're not having fun whatsoever. They're just crumbling in the pressure, as it's going to be RNT XSPARK who are pushing in against them. It seems like RNT are here for redemption, as Venom, the last man standing, is also going to be pestered down. Banana and mango, a combination of this fruit salad, has paid off well for the side of RNT XSPARK. Oh, you were speaking about a smoothie, and it seems like another team is coming in to taste it well. Grapes and Mango are the only two players standing at this point of time. And look at the confidence oozing right now in the team of original gangsters. They would have read the finish feed and they're like, okay, this is RNT XSPARK and it's time for us to strike fear in their heart. They need to be careful though, because in case given an opportunity, we all know what they're capable of. RNTX, a champion team, do know how to take that close range battles. Oh, peppering few shots, trying to strike fear in the hearts of the opponents. Grapes is just going to fall back now. He realizes the intensity of the situation. He needs to stay alive. A knock against RNT XSPARK is just going to build more pressure over the shoulders of Mango. As oh geez, since this fight is pretty much taking place inside of the circle, they can extend this fight to the longest time possible. Palu just getting in closer to see whether the opponents get scared or not, and Grape on the other side is trying to unpin a stun which is sounding like a grenade and keeping Palu at a distance.
Just going with the mind games right now. Let's see who's gonna win. It's a 2v4 fight. I could have an XSPARK and not change the compounds, but there goes the money. They were trying to swing around, they were trying to chase him away. Did not happen. They are waiting for the molly to go down, but oh my god, that was way too close for comfort. That devious shot. Only if he could have found a pick. If that opening comes through, we all know that OG can push in. They can push in bluntly. But right now they need that first pick. Oh, look at that Toxic has been spotted. He was trying to be cheeky. His position has been compromised. Grape knows where this guy is. Mango, he has to completely fend off the Erangel. Toxic on the other corner has got a S12K in his hand. He goes down. Big mistake. Oh no, he drops down once again, so that revival can happen. Look at this, Grape wants to trace him out. Grape wants to shut him away. Will not happen that easily. Grape drops down. He's compromising that man part of his own teammate. there you go. Mango still fighting back. He finds one. Oh, beautiful picks coming through. IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they're still in game. Biswaroop, it all trickles down to him. Oh, it's actually Goblin.
I don't think so. I don't think so. OGs are going to have a very good time in this lobby. They did try to poke the bear and they're facing the wrath of it all. Toxic. He was the first person to get taken down. And look at the way he escaped from that position. And how long is he going to survive? I don't think so. I don't think so. His teammate is just going to come in, take a risk to revive his teammate. But Mango, man, oh man, they came in for a smoothie. But it seems like they were dealt with.
Oh my god. Initially Toxic and then after that back and forth. Palu and Biswaroop. What a blunder. But the way IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK played, hats off to that, man. Hats off to the play that they were able to establish. Brilliant. 7 frags in their hand. Right now the only job that IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK has got is play for survival. Because they have got enough frags. If they survive till the 5th and 6th play zone, they can get a lot of third-party frags in their favor. And hopefully get a top 3 position as well. I'm not asking for a winner with a chicken dinner right here. Because you have 24 matches. What we need is consistency. And IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they need that consistency in their favor from the very onset of the competition. Genesis on the other corner, still trying to test the waters, right there in the center. Pretty close to truck stop where VXT is coming through. Forever is moving in. God's Rain is also there. So yeah, I think in the next few minutes, we are going to see some beautiful, beautiful fights.
You know, speaking about fights, I would want to go back and see what mistakes did OGs actually do. Especially the player who was trying to come in from the cheeky angle. He could have used a smoke and made sure that that angle is completely, nullified so that he can climb up and then slowly come in with the shotgun or put a Molotov and give way for his teammates to come in from the different door. But Mango, his presence of mind, staying in that panic room and making sure he's got 2 different angles. Let the opponents come in and he's got his teammate, trying to give in that right angle towards that small cheeky place. So everything went fine over there, but coming back, Destro versus Forever. This is what we're witnessing right now. Destro way too close to comfort. He does see that the opponents are trying to traverse around to gain information, but eventually, shots being taken. Forever decides to fall back.
Apollo, super duper low in truck stop region. To be honest, it's not an easy area to fight back with, but as power, 7 frags, 77.77 of finished contribution. Can he replicate that once again? That's a bigger question right now because we know that LCQ is one of those brackets where you get the last chance to survive. It's actually in the name itself, last chance qualifier. So one last chance to be in the top 8, and every single team wants to be there in the top 8, but obviously 8 are going to go out. VXT, the start was good. They've already secured double-digit points on the leaderboard. They need to replicate that once again in this particular matchup as well. And I completely agree with the things that you pointed out. That these guys have got a play where they know when to get those aggressive frags as well. And they know how to play for the last play zones as well. So I think VXT is a complete package where they have players like S-Power and Aquanox who can get a lot of frags. Then they have a lot of good support coming through from Raiden, Somraj. Brilliant IGL. No doubts in that. So he knows how to get the play zone control as well.
Now this is where I feel that Godlike is able to feel the gravity of the situation with Admino not playing in this lineup. I do understand Punk is looking at the bigger picture, trying to make sure that he trains Zap and Sim to step up to the occasion so that as soon as Admino comes back into the team, he's going to have a stronger playing foe in comparison to what they had in the BGIS, right? In the official tournament. But is it going to pay off? Because it's a big gamble if you ask me. Because this is one of the most fan favorite team, and they would want them to play in the grand final. So they need to be careful.
Every single step that they take in this particular last chance qualifier, they have to be very cautious, take precautions, build some good plays, some interesting rotations. Punk, definitely, with his IGLing skills, he can get you into the play zone. But when it comes to the fights, Admino has been that guy who has evolved to Godmino in a lot of moments. Survived with the placement points, clutched with the finishes. Right now, all of that falls in the hands of Zap and Jonathan. They need to be the individuals who can build some good score lines for the team. But at the same point, we have not yet seen IQOOSOUL as well. It has been like what, 10 to 15 minutes already in the game? IQOOSOUL has been way too calm and composed. That's not the go-to scenario, but for me, what I feel personally, Miramar is the map where IQOOSOUL feels way too comfortable. So I think this is the match where they can easily get 10 plus points, and I'm looking forward to it.
LIKHITA Esports, an early casualty, losing the IGL. This team, a newly formed team, they've kept Omega out. So obviously, Omega is just waiting for another opportunity, whereas Rage God is filling that place perfectly. Perfectly, if you ask me. Three of these players already got that synergy. Fierce, Pokar, and Rage God, they've been playing together for a really long time. They wanted to, fit in another perfect piece because Gamla Boy was no less than a Salter as well as an IGL or an Filter. And Kyoya, a big responsibility, but at the same time, a right person to fit the puzzle.
He is a guy who has got that experience. He knows how to get the job done. We are looking forward to see how he's going to complement these other three individuals who are there in the team. One of the biggest tournaments that they are playing right now. And the first match was pretty interesting because they started off way too well against IQOO 8-bit, but then again the ending scenario was not that good as Genesis came in from the back. In front of them there was 4 Miracle and everything just fall apart. Right now, play zone control is very important. IQOOSOUL seems to have taken that control in their favor from the Northern Territory. But once again, just like what happened to LIKHITA in the previous match, IQOOSOUL can also be a part of a lot of backstab fights. So let's see how they're going to clear it off. But for now, what we are witnessing is Hero Extreme Godlike trying to test the waters. They're also in the play zone. So they do not have anything to be feared of. All they need to do is make sure that they completely control these circles and shut down any possibility of a backstab or any particular team who's trying to slam in onto them. Meanwhile, BLITZ gets one of their first frags.
The circle towards the El Azhar region, making things so much more interesting. IQOOSOUL gone in for an early rotation. Have got really good hard compounds. You've got Genesis holding the high ground, the epicenter of the circle. But as of now, Dronza is going to be shot at from the side of Rivalry, and I do believe that since he's already traversing around, he doesn't have to worry much. But given the information, now he's going to be in deep trouble. His vehicle up in smokes. If he tries to extend himself too much, probably he's going to be in deep troubles. But Dronza chooses the otherwise, picks up some frags, makes sure that he becomes a little more deadlier. A good offense is also a good defense.
RIVALRYXNRI is under siege. Server was already taken down, and from far away angles we got to see Hero Extreme Godlike also shutting down the players. But how can you miss that spray? A lot of jiggle coming in from Dazzle, and he is going to indeed dazzle the opponent. RIVALRYXNRI, a team who secured a winner chicken dinner in the very first matchup of LCQ, has been taken away with a single point in terms of finish, no placement points for them. So a total of 19 for them on the overall standing. Still good enough when you talk about the overall average of 7 to 8 points per match.
When you got Dazzler in front of you and you miss those shots, you're bound to get finished off. You're bound to get, completely decimated. A beautiful gameplay being showcased by the side of BLITZ. Wipe, especially Easy Wipe, again showing us why he was the top contender of that MVP. BLITZ Easy Wipe. He's got 24 finishes so far and almost a finish ratio of 1 per game.
5 finishes for BLITZ Esports. There's yet another fight happening between IQOO 8-bit and 4 Miracle. Previous one was not that good enough in match of Erangel. They were on the back foot, but right now look at this. Every single team is either trying to maintain their manpower or get some early frags. Genesis on top of the ridge. There's XSPARK with that generator, M249. If anybody comes in the close vicinity of him, you can easily shut them away. But again, they've lost a player. So even for VXC, it's going to be a very challenging journey from here. Of course, we all are seeking for a consistent match from their corner, but then again, look at this: 14 teams and 42 players are still surviving, and we are already on to the fourth play zone coming through, fourth stage. I want to see where the shift is, but I can clearly see that IQOOSOUL is on the northmost angle. We have
Yep.
some other teams who are also pretty much in the close by vicinity. Oh my god, look at this play zone, guys. The next play zone is also very interesting. A lot of teams who are there in the southern part have to rotate back, and that's exactly where we're going to see a lot of fights.
Absolutely. Now, Genesis, they're going to be the gatekeepers for all these teams trying to make it through. Either they'll have to find themselves a hard compound in that shack region, or they'll have to divide themselves, having 4 angles to cover fire and make sure that they pick up as many frags as possible. The first team they'll have to deal with is going to be VXT. In case VXT, dares to step into the circle directly. And guess what? It's got to be 4 Miracle Dragon OPs trying to become a patty in the sandwich. He dares to do this, but does Shadow know his location? Yes, he does.
Again, some shots for Michael Dragon OP. Has to go into the cover. Cooks off some smoke. I think right now, Formenical is in a very open spot, and a lot of teams are going to charge on them. The thing that you talked about, that Genesis has to be that particular team who is going to control all those push into the play zone.
Oh my goodness.
Alibaba Raiders, that was a good spray coming through from Shadow. Now they can either charge in or just let them sit on that particular angle. But it seems like that they are going to push in. One guy is already out. That's the first frag that came through. They have got the idea of where the positions are. So depending on that, they can use some throwables. I'm waiting on Gamla Boy. When is he going to cook off some needs?
No, I don't think
Remember,
so.
guys,
There's a necessity for him to cook that grenade, because if you see the mini map, there are 2 different angles also being held in against them. Now Shadow realizes regrouping is a better option since they've already reaped benefits of all that hard work. Whereas on the other side, IQOOSOUL versus GODLIKE, the 2 big bulls locking arms, and everybody would want to know what's happening because LIKHITA Esports out of nowhere come in to be the third-party kings.
What?
And the Rage God and his teammate have successfully taken down 2 players of GODLIKE, making it a blessing in disguise against the side of IQOOSOUL.
They started it off. LIKHITA took the advantage. They have also got a frag. Punk is also down. Heroic team GODLIKE once again in a big pit at this point. Let's see how they can climb that pit. If they can once again be back into the competition. I did not see Jonathan coming in the finish feed, so I think he's the one who's still surviving. Yeah, we can see that small pixel of Jonathan also there in the game.
Yep.
He's right there in the center, behind the silos. It's going to be very challenging for him to survive as well. Equinox on the other corner goes down by the hands of Forever Arto. Beast shuts down Somra, shuts down S-Power as well. Oh my god, that Sun. S-Power in this particular matchup has not secured even a single frag, I believe. But right here, Genesis can cook off some good nades. Apple pushes in with a nade of his own. Once again, close for comfort. IQOOSOUL on the other corner is now taking the fight to BLITZ Esports.
Absolutely. Genesis, the topography they're maintaining, the angles they're maintaining is kind of paying out for them. Yes, for now, they're just burning their resources, but they made sure they keep the opponents at bay. And once the blue zone starts to push in and the pressure starts to mount on the shoulder, all of these walking finishes is just going to be accounted for. But for now, IQOOSOUL, the late rotators, when they had that northern circle and all of a sudden the circle shifts away from them, and Amanya is coming back to show his magical moves. Slowly picking up some loot. Look at that, 7 grenades, 4 molotovs, 5 smokes, and a level 3 helmet and vest. Well prepared inventory for the side of IQOOSOUL, and they're slowly inching towards being the next third party kings.
Oh yeah, they're trying to clear the backs and eventually push in edge to edge by the play zone. Goblin, last one starting from original Gangsters as well, trying to go ham onto the sides of God's Reign. Justin is already knocked out. We do remember what happened in the previous matchup, how God's Reign dealt a PG and Distro play zone, then fight back. Yes,
Molotov,
in his hand.
Molotov.
But in the corner, you get to see Gokul shutting down Justin. Gets the frag. There's the molly. There's the util that is being bombarded. But IQOOSOUL, they are definitely advantaging this fight a lot. Extreme Godlike, Jonathan on the other corner takes one down, but Fierce is going to shut him away. That's it for Extreme Godlike's legacy in the second match of LCQ, and similar things have happened to OG as well.
Look at this. Knuckle playing mind games. The Batman knows when to strike. He feels that now is not the opportunity. He feels that now it's important for him to go and save his teammates if required. Apple and Delta, both of them pushing in against the side of Goblin. Whereas Goblin has a very good hold of the situation. He's got the deadly shotgun. Can shots be connected? No, it's going to be missing, but that's not going to matter as his teammates from the back lines are just going to give him the perfect cover. Ladies and gentlemen, IQOOSOUL with 8 finishes looking really strong as Manya slowly picking up his teammates to show some glimpse of brilliance, as probably this is the game it's written for them.
Yeah, I already said that Miramar is the one map where IQOOSOUL feels way too comfortable, and they are truly showcasing that talent, taking down the north angles of the play zone, and right now they can dish apart the damage onto LIKHITA as well. Fierce goes down. That's a brilliant finish coming through. He's outside the play zone. Kyo could be the next target. Kyoya, what is he going to do? How is he going to survive? That's a big question. Manya, 3 finishes in his hand. 3 for Goblin as well, 2 for Gokul. Knuckle also secured 1. 9 finishes altogether. IQOOSOUL is already trying to break the records of the previous match in terms of finishes. But can they secure that win over a chicken dinner? I think it's only fair to get a win over a chicken dinner from here, because you've almost dominated the whole lobby. But Genesis could be that one particular team who is going to make or break that whole equation of a win over a chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Genesis on the other side are on the receiving end of things as Shadow gets taken down. That's an added advantage for the side of IQOOSOUL. But guess what? R2 from a distance is going to put him down as Gumla Boy is also starting his shenanigans. Kyoya's location is still not compromised. Rage God resorting into heal battle. Kyoya gets in closer. He's cooking up a grenade. His location is just going to get compromised in case the shot connects or the grenade connects. Whereas on the other side, Manya, after losing Gokul, calls for backup. And I do believe his teammates are just going to make it in time.
They're in the play zone, and look at this. Shadow. He has been compromised. He has been finished off. Sam 999 is also out. Next up could be Apollo. Super duper low. Yep, there you go. Knuckle. Beautiful molly. Last man standing from Genesis. He is now going to be away from this fight. But Team Forever, now they have been spotted. Been finished off from Team Forever by the hands of Kyoya. But Kyoya will be spotted, and so will be the case for Rage God as well. His position is also pretty much compromised. LIKHITA is done. Look at IQOOSOUL flying high. The rockets have been boosted up. 14 amazing frags in the top 5. This is a Red Bull standoff.
Absolutely, a Red Bull standoff moment coming over here from the side of IQOOSOUL. Gumla Boy, the last man standing. The last ray of hope yet again for the side of Genesis. As for Miracle, they are also trying to do their best because they're the only team with all 4 men standing. Dragon leading his team, being the flag bearer, shows that yet again he can be that out of the box question for this lobby. Forever Esports, I don't think so they can survive for much longer because grenades tossed in against them kind of is connecting every Lucan corner.
That was a close one, Artho. His position is also compromised. There goes another one. Oh, it was a bit far-fetched. It also goes on to BLITZ. It's 4 medical third party. IQOOSOUL under siege. Knuckle, the last man standing. Only ray of hope. 4 medical building up the full 4-man power. I don't believe. Let's see. Arto should actually push in. I do agree with that. But at the same point, he's trying to reset. For the team, Beast is back with the HP. Arto now is collecting up the frags. Knuckle, last man standing, cooks up a nade. Let's see if he's going to make some good connection with that. He can take down at least 1 or 2 players out. But nah, nobody got down. Knuckle. 2 different targets. They are jiggling around. They are trying to trade off the angles. One with the S12K, another one with that TBS. IQOOSOUL is done with 14 frags at the 4th position. That means they still collect 18 points of this game. A big one for IQOOSOUL.
Absolutely, Gumla Boy still survives. Yet again, this man stands tall, being the flag bearer for his team, gets another ample of finish points as well as possession points. As for Miracle on the other side, I guess this is what they say, all good things come to those who wait. 4 Miracles did not indulge in any kind of fights, just waited for an opportunity. Now it's come in front of them. Can they seize this moment? Can they be the team to take away the winner chicken dinner in the map of Miramar?
Big question, man. Arka, you have asked a big question at this point. Forever, with just 2 men standing. Kamla boy once again doing that fine job of going for the heel battle and securing some good position points for Genesis. Look at that, being an assaulter and a player who's still building up the legacy for the team. Slowly inching in closer into the play zone. With the drone perspective, we can see he's way too close. He can shut one down from 4 Miracle. And if he goes with that, if he shuts one down, he did! Now there's a good opportunity. Now there's a brilliant opportunity for the sides of team Forever. They are up on the ridge. But the problem is they are also on the edge of the play zone. So the play zone is going to push them away. Well, it's a 3v2 now. R2 pretty much tagged out. Reaper can have that chance. Hog in his hand, going with the predictable pre-fire. Speared power shots on piece. R2 is the last one standing. I think this winner chicken dinner is for sure going in the hands of 4Miracle Esports with a total of 7 to 8 frags. And yep, that's the case. The second match of LCQ is done. The champions are here. All go down to 4Miracle Esports. Brilliant matchup, brilliant fights, and brilliant survival till the end.
Absolutely, 4 Miracles. The execution was perfect. I would rather call them the executors of the lobby. They waited for the right opportunity. They did not make any kind of mistakes. They went in for that late rotation. Even though Genesis had a really good footing inside the circle, all they did was wait for them to get busy with other teams, and that is when they got in closer. We still remember that Dragon could have been the patty in the sandwich where they pushed in between two teams, but still the IGL showed us why he's one amongst the best in the country right now. He could be the next big thing for the IGC when it comes to being an IGL, because not only as an assaulter he's picked up frags, but also as an IGL brought his team to a certain place in the circle from where they can execute a really good chicken dinner.
Brilliant game coming from their corner, but no doubt we have to talk about IQOOSOUL as well. The way they played, the way they came into the play zone. I believe it was the second play zone, and at that point I was like, yeah, they're still in the luck orb, and we have not yet seen them into the action. They were inching closer to the play zone. What they decided that they're going to push in from the northern territory, and then again they took the control. There was a brief moment where Team Genesis was coming way too close to them. LIKHITA came way too close to them, but they still did not initiate any fight. They were still holding their compounds. When we talk about the fourth play zone, that's exactly where IQOOSOUL just triggered their gunpowder. They just went all in, be it XTREME GODLIKE, be it 4Miracle, be it any other team. They gave the damage to every single team. But 4Miracle, they escaped from it. They decided that they're also going to switch the gears. They're going to go back into the play zone, take the control of the play zone, and then fight back. I think where Genesis made a wrong decision is when they decided to push in onto that ridge towards IQOOSOUL, because at that point from the eastern part we got to see a lot of heavy fire coming in from Forever as well. That's exactly where I believe Apollo got taken down, Shadow was on the back foot, so IQOOSOUL completely took the control of that. But then again, Kamla Boy once again decided that he's going to go for the heal battle, get some good placement points for the team, and he did it once again.
Yep, I think, Shadow was also finding someone with more responsibility when it comes to his team. Even though he had really good assaulters, he had Vixky, he had Apollo, he had Sam, and he was looking forward to bring all these players in to make sure it becomes a more of a firepower based team. And suddenly Vixky getting out of that lineup, he brings in Gamla Boy, who left the team midway for the side of LIKHITA Esports. And suddenly, Gamla Boy is starting to build the right kind of synergy and also making sure that he gets that perfect, responsibility from that of Shadow. But this was the Red Bull moment of the day, where it was Beard Baba from the side of 4Miracle, another underrated player, an underrated assaulter. Look at that, 2 important frags in the final circle was dealt by him, and finally R2's finish also almost went into his hands as well.
What a battle. These final circle matches and eventually the moments that are being created in that final circle are always fun to watch. Pretty fun, pretty exciting, exhilarating, and at the end we got to see 4Miracle pouncing on top. However, for them as well, it was a big match, to be honest, because they have secured this top spot in this particular matchup. I think after this short break that we are going to queue in right now, we will get to see that Forever also has climbed the ladder. So stay tuned guys, we'll be back shortly. Hey guys, welcome back once again after a quick short break in Skyesports Championship 2025. This is the LCQ that is happening and the day one is already going and 2 matches are underway. We have already seen some beautiful chaos being brewed and some amazing retaliations being there. So on that note, Nikros, I welcome you on the disc and I want to ask you, what next? Which particular team is going to make a comeback in this map of Sanhok? Any guesses?
I mean, Sanhok has always been one of the most biggest maps and it has been a testament for a lot of teams, and specifically if we talk about, there has been so many teams who have tried, they have got some energetic performances in the map of Sanhok, which has given them the wings to climb up the overall standings and qualify to the grand finals itself, what we have witnessed in the previous 4 days of upper brackets. And I feel like if you also want to have wings for yourself, you can go and grab a can of Red Bull for your side, because it's already way too hot outside, and as well as the battleground is getting heated up. So if you want to stay energetic and you want to stay hydrated in this summers, make sure to have one can for yourself while you're watching the matches. But again, coming back to the discussions, I feel like now, as we have witnessed the first 2 matches in the lower brackets, Rivalry, NRI and 4 Miracle, they started things off really well. But the way IQOOSOUL played in this map of Miramar is something that I would really love to see in the upcoming matches as well.
Oh yeah, 14 frags, #4. I know that the final circle, the Red Bull standoff was not that good enough for them, where the top 5 teams were surviving in, but then again, the way they built up that fight till that #4 position was amazing. 14 frags, I mean, to be honest, every single team that came into the crosshair was just going down, be it Genesis, be it LIKHITA, be it XTREME, GODLIKE, or any other particular team. The only one that survived from their crosshairs was 4 Miracle, and look at what they did. They secured a winner chicken dinner. So a brilliant game coming in from both sides, to be honest. Not just that, I want to kind of applaud for Forever as well, because they also survived till the top 2 spot. They did good. To be honest, the only thing where they went down was basically that they were outside the play zone. They were on the upper edge, and while trying to be into the play zone, they had no utility and all available. But let's talk about the most valuable one. It's, of course, IQOOSOUL's Manya with 5 finishes, #3 MVP ranking, and still a finish contribution of less than 40%. That shows that the other individuals were also pretty much popping off.
Exactly, and individual plays, it was really going nice for the side of IQOOSOUL, and I feel like what actually caused their demise was that one pick coming up from the side of Beard Baba when he picked up Goblin, and from there on IQOOSOUL literally crumbled down. That was a really vulnerable spot for the side of IQOOSOUL, and Manya getting taken down, one of the key players in this entire map. That kind of affected that play, but it's okay. It was just one map, and we do know that there are still 4 more matches left in today's day, particularly when you talk about the map of Sanhok. But again, Sanhok only comes in the favor of IQOOSOUL whenever we see an Alpha Island, Alpha Circle, Camp Alpha Circle. They have the temple area to play around, but yeah, will that happen? We'll get to know later. But for now, jumping on to the map standings, it's going to be IQOOSOUL on 18 points on top, followed by 4 Miracle with 16 points in the second position.
It's like you have one even when you don't have the winner chicken dinner. IQOOSOUL securing the top spot with a total of 18, due to the fact that they have 14 points, the only team to get double-digit finishes in their favor. Good one for them. Genesis on the other corner did absolutely outmaneuver teams like IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK or BLITZ. So 9 total points in their favor. Forever got 14, so that's a big jump, because in the previous matchup, I remember Forever was only there with a single-digit point in their favor. So this was a good recovery, I think. For VXT, for Venom Gaming, Hero Extreme GODLIKE, 0 points for them. For Hero Extreme GODLIKE, it's really a serious discussion that we have to go with, because of the fact that the first 2 games were not at all beneficial for Hero Extreme GODLIKE. For Venom, well, they were good in the first game, they were good in the second one as well. They actually tried their level best to take some good fights in their favor, but unfortunately that early casualty that came through against IQOOSOUL, everything just changed, everything just got trampled away. Now my question is, what next? Because Sanhok is coming through. These 16 teams are going to be there, 64 players are going to be there. The most important part is the map is 4 into 4 kilometers of a map. It's island based map. IQOOSOUL is obviously going to dominate somewhere around Camp Alpha. We'll get to see Paradise Resort being flooded with the Extreme Godlike. Where are the other teams going to find their piece, and how are they going to get that scoreline in their favor?
So what happened in the upper brackets, we have seen some beautiful drop clashes happening between Wild Fangs as well as Money Makers in the bootcamp region, followed by where Hero Extreme Godlike also tried to pounce in and find the finishes. But the main factor is that this is going to be the first Sanhok, right, in the lower brackets in the last chance qualifier. So it is really going to be important which two teams or which one team will be looking forward to grab the heart of Sanhok, which is going to be the area of bootcamp. Followed by that, there are a lot of n number of teams those who are yet to make some really power-packed performances for their side. If you talk about IQ 8-bit, if you talk about Alibaba Raiders, when you just talk about Original Gangster, God's Reign, BLITZ Esports, they are yet to make some really good plays. When you talk about teams those who have come down from the upper brackets, followed like big names, you talk about BLITZ Esports, you talk about LIKHITA Esports, God's Reign, we do expect these kind of teams to pop up pretty well, come up with some brilliant performances. Even Team Versatile are also in the mix, though it is just like 2 matches past. They haven't scored a really great so far. 12 points on 6 is what's their average for now, and which is like sufficient enough. But if you want to be on the safer side, just try to get as many points as possible. That's what I want to say.
Alright, let's have hope at this point and eventually wait for the next match to get started, because as soon as it gets started, we'll get to see that flight path coming through. A lot of chaos is going to be there. But yeah, currently the few teams who have still got their upper hand in this particular matchup is going to be IQOOSOUL for sure, because if Playzone goes to Camp Alpha, they can have their own fun run. I think there could be a good possibility of LIKHITA coming back into the picture. Pukar went down way too early in the second match of Miramar, but I think again ruins and areas like that are going to be very, very important to dominate. I want to see what Forever is going to do, because just right now they have secured 14 points. The first one was not good enough. Second one, they made a recovery, they made a comeback. Now the third one is only fair to see them once again sticking to their guns, making sure that they play well, making sure that they get the points in their favor. One more team that I want to talk about is RIVALRYXNRI. First match, 18 points over winner chicken dinner. Second one, just a single point. That shows the dynamics of LCQ. That shows the heated up competition of Skyesports Championship 2025. But what if RIVALRYXNRI is going to once again make a comeback? We all want to see some comeback stories. But remember, Necros, 22 more matches are still available. So there's a long way to go before we get to see the top 8.
Exactly, and that is going to be a very long journey, and we do know the top 8 teams those have qualified already for the Skyesports Championship 2025 Grand Finals. They are just waiting and watching all the matches in order to just have an idea about the teams that they will face in the Grand Finals, how they have prepped up, how they have prepared themselves, because the lower bracket matches were also going in simultaneously with the upper bracket ones. Every team has played consecutive matches. They didn't have a lot more break to play, kind of re-strategize or rethink as they jumped into the LCQ. But we have talked about they need to do something better in order to climb up the ladder. But right now, all the questions will be answered in this map of Sanhok. The tropical island is all set to welcome all the 4 players in the lobby as we dive into the flight path, which is starting exactly above the areas of Camp Bravo and ending just below Sami.
Beautiful flight path. I think going down to Hathan and Camp Alpha might actually bring in some gliding effort, but other than that, every single big compound or smaller areas like Shack and all are pretty much close to each other, and I think teams are going to just have their own fun run. And I want to see drop clashes, man. With the very first map of Sanhok coming through, I want to see some drop clashes. I want to see some initial chaos being proved. Venom Gaming going towards the north areas where BLITZ is also jumping in. And Venom has decided to go for the secluded compounds rather than going for any big compound like what God's Reign has decided to go with Paradise Resort. Hero Extreme Godlike want to see what they're going to do. IQOOSOUL on the other corner. In a split equation, they're also going to go for Camp Alpha. IQOO 8-bit dominating in boot camp. RIVALRYXNRI once again secluded compounds is what they are going to have. Hero Extreme Godlike is also way too separated. Look at this. In Query we have Zap, and other 3 they are pretty close to boot camp.
This is a kind of split that we don't quite see from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike or maybe any other team, but it's surprising because if you ask me, the last time we have witnessed this fight happen, Hero Extreme Godlike had a different place for themselves to settle down, but right now it seems like Original Gangsters, they have some problems to deal with in the very early phase of the game, and Goblin is just waiting patiently with a QBZ in his hand. He's got two guns to work out with. The question is, how is he going to advance? How is he willing to take this fight? Because one of his teammates is already down, but it's going to be IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK just against him. Shadow and the company, they will be looking forward to just take down the players. IQOO, REVENANT, X Mango, he will be caught off guard. It's going to be the first opening for the side of original gangsters. IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they lose one of their players and make it second as well, because even Grape has been taken down by Toxic. 2 to 3 players down as well, and that leaves Shadow, the only survivor for IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, trying to find against the odds. But this is not the great start that we were expecting from a team like IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. And it seems like there is no way around. Shadow will be trying to fight for survival. He gets one knock, might just get the second one. The shot still being fired, but no connections will be there as such, as IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they will be taking an early exit.
Ooh, what a battle. IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. That was a shocker to me, honestly. But the way OG played was pretty amazing. Completely shutting down every single equation for IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. Camp Charlie is now under siege with OGs, but VXT seems to be interested in this compound fight. Somraj, I think what they will wait for is basically 1 or 2 early picks coming through. I can see other 2 guys, Aquanox and Raiden, coming through the bridge, but there's one more. That is S-Power, who is on the other side of Camp Charlie. Oh my god, this could be difficult for OG to deliver.
It's tough, and it's going to be a long journey for them. VXT, what are they trying to do? Because for now they have heard the gunshots, just waiting for OG to step out of the compounds, which is quite okay-ish when you just talk about when you're in the areas of Camp Charlie, you're being surrounded completely, a feeling set up in all the directions. If OG don't anticipate this one, it will be a death trap that they will be walking into. But followed by that, we just move on to the circular path. OG, VXT, yes, 2 teams, they are very close to each other. But when you talk about Hero Extreme Godlike, the kind of drop split that they had, they've decided to not continue with that, and they've reunited. So that's a good thing for them. You do see them in the western side of Quarry, just above Painan. They're having some split compounds all to themselves, all the 4 players sticking intact, which is really crucial when you're playing in the map of Sanhok. If you don't stick together, you might just get caught off guard.
Well, there are quite a few angles where exchanges can be delivered. So that's why you have to stick with your teammate. You have to rotate pretty cautiously. Then only you can find that value. Hero Extreme Godlike, look at them. I've got a close top UAs to rotate with. A single vehicle. Again, that's a risky stuff to do, but then again, that's how rotations are to be done right now when you don't have any other vehicle. They're pretty close to the bootcamp region, and I can see that IQOO 8-bit is also pretty close to them. So there could be a good possibility where we are going to see a fight between them. But yeah, remember guys, last 2 matches for Hero Extreme Godlike, not at all iconic. Be it Zap, Sim, Punk. But yeah, there has been the case where Jonathan is the last one to survive, and he tried to fight against Venom and Erangel. He tried to fight against LIKHITA and Miramar as well. Got a knock against LIKHITA, but instantaneously there was a retaliation coming in. So, all in all, for Hero Extreme Godlike, for Jonathan, the journey so far has been very bumpy. But this could be that map where they can be comfortable, where they can find their own grounds, maybe deliver winner chicken dinner, or even better, get the #1 spot like what IQOOSOUL did with the number of finishes.
The main thing about Hero Extreme Godlike, as what we witnessed so far in the upper brackets, is that they wanted to go all in for the fights. There is a meta shift already, which is causing a lot of problems to a lot of IGLs. The kind of playstyle that they've adapted to with the new circle meta and the playstyle that they have to force them into right now in this old meta. The change, the shift is something that is bothering them. But it is not happening just for one team, but it is happening for a lot of teams. But the ones who could crack it, they are on top. Like how Versista Esports they have played, how Cincinnati Kids they have played. In the upper brackets, it was a different storyline. They moved down to the LCQ. Even Versatile, they have been one of those key teams who have cracked the code in the lower brackets itself. So it should not be a tough journey for all these teams. But yes, as we were talking about Hero Extreme Godlike, it's going to be important that they balance it out with the position points and the placement points. But so do the same intention is there from the side of RIVALRYXNRI. They have got already a chicken dinner in today's day, sitting in the top of the overall standings with 26 total points on board, almost a 13-point average. So that's pretty cool if you ask me in terms of two matches.
I want to see how all of that is going to come into the reality at this point, because to be honest, this match can change everything, be it the overall standing, the momentum, or the potential of the players. Forever, Lucifer, he's inching closer. Hero Extreme Godlike, they've heard that a team is trying to close in. Sim could be the first one to find an opening. But what is Forever going to do? Do they have any idea of where the players are? Two of them have already rotated back. Lucifer. Oh, Beast is in the vehicle. Lucifer is still out there. If Sim makes a move, Lucifer can hear it. And thereafter, probably get a pick. Oh my god, Simp has no idea. Simp has no idea where Lucifer is. Phoenix from the back angles is already giving up the info that there are some rotations happening on top of that ridge. But I want to see where the first opening will come through. Lucifer is the one who is going to find the first pick. Zap unfortunately goes down. No flags to be confirmed yet. Oh, he's trying his level best to get the confirmation. He did get the confirmation. That's the first blow. That's the first blow to Hero Extreme Godlike's morale. Oh my god, once again they are cascading down.
This has been the situation for for a lot of matches so far. One good nade can just be really problematic with the side of Forever Esports. Position has been compromised. Jonathan is cooking up this one. If it connects well, it will be eventually Lucifer. He was taken down earlier on, and this time it's going to be Beast. Another nade just hops in. A lot of splash damage all around for Forever Esports. But Arto, he's at the backyards just waiting for the right moment to strike in, but Beast will be confirmed. Splash damage on the players of Hero Extreme Godlike as well. The players are backing out. Arto's position is completely compromised. Well, Jonathan is just trying to find a better position. In the meanwhile, Lucifer, he will be getting a quick revival from the end of Forever Esports. There's a rescue mission which is already underway. Punk is suspecting a different rock, but Jonathan is advancing towards that one direction. Arto is all intact. He has healed himself up, but this trifecta is something that they need to be really cautious about. Lucifer has got a revival. Punk needs to be quick. Forever Arto is just buying as much as time as possible for the side of his team.
Arto, that is going to be a surprising position. Look at this Punk. Does he have an idea? No, my god. Once again, a blunder being done. But Jonathan wants to give the backup. Is it going to be a possibility? Let's wait and watch. Punk over there with that molly. Cooks Lucifer alive. Arto. Oh my god. Johnny also goes down. It all trickles down to what Zap can do. Jonathan has been finished off. Punk is still waiting for that revival from the back ends. We have IQOO Orangutan who is trying to pounce in. Zap, that nade was too close for comfort. Punk also goes down. Lucifer, he is still waiting for that revival. He's still seeking for that comeback. But the way Hero Extreme Godlike is in shambles right now, it's not iconic. And look at that! It's done! Hero Extreme Godlike once again in shambles. IQOO 8-bit finds the last pick. Is it even ideal, Lecturers, at this point?
I think they have messed up big time.
Yeah.
This fight could have ended long time back. Punk did not have any idea, but I don't know. I feel like you should have dropped at least one or two more utils in both the rocks. If you are not getting a knockout and there, can just use another nade on the different rock. Things could have been different. Even Johnny, I felt like Johnny had an idea where the position of Arto was, but no, it was a different scenario. Rather than that, we can say that Forever Esports, they're pretty lucky to survive that kind of situation, and even an unwanted help from the side of Former Esports that helped them. But right now, it's going to be another contention, and this time Aquanox strikes back. VXT, they were waiting for such a long time, but the patience, the bridge has broken, the dam has broken, And now Original Gangsters, they're trying to just make it up to the mark. As Somraj has been taken down, the nades, it's creating a lot of havoc for the side of VXT because LIKHITA Esports are also coming up from behind. This is going to be really
good enough,
problematic.
good enough.
Aquanox goes up close and personal Bishwaroop. He was barely surviving and he gets taken down without even a single chance of survival as LIKHITA Esports also pounce on to the squad of VXT when they are very much vulnerable in this position.
This is the extreme southern part of the play zone and they're still fighting back. VXT versus LIKHITA, what is happening? They're fighting outside the play zone. Oh my god. Aquanox. The last man standing, the last piece of the puzzle. I don't believe he's going to go far. Oh, he was the second last. So there you go. Power? What? Is he going to surprise Pucar? But no, Pucar just jumps forward and eventually pushes to a Scam Charlie. But my question is, why would you fight that late outside the play zone? Oh, Pucar has already heard the footsteps. He's pushing in. He's trying to find where Sung Jinwoo is, his power is. It's a 1v4 battle at this point. Pucar is cooking up a nade. Oh, actually, it's his power who is cooking up a nade against Pucar. Let's see if he's going to find a value over there. Players are regrouping. His power cancels the nade. There goes the spray. Might find Pucar, but Pucar instead goes with the vehicle slam. Now, Necros, I want to ask you, can LIKHITA push in into the play zone?
They do have the vehicles, but it's going to be a tough journey. Hopefully they have the meds to work out with because it's an extremely northern side circle. And from the extreme south to the extreme north, it's going to be a hectic job. Eventually, even if they enter the circle, there will be so many teams to give them the welcome party. And if they're ready, if they're all set for that, it's all good. But for now, one thing is for sure, LIKHITA has to be really quick. The gunpowder that they've showcased in the last games of the upper brackets is what they need in all the matches that they play in the LCQ. And if they can do so, I believe LIKHITA Esports can put up a great show in the entire last chance qualifiers. But for now, God's Reign, they have the Paradise Resort to work out with. And eventually, when you just talk about, there are so many teams around them. The only thing that they need to do is get the finishes from the south. There are at least two teams who are trying to pour in. And if there is a single slight chance for God's Reign to detect it and get the finishes, they will hands down go for the approach. But it's going to be RIVALRYXNRI just in bounds of God's Reign.
This battle is going to be interesting. RIVALRYXNRI. I mean, to be honest, the previous matchup was not at all good for them. They only secured a single point, so this one definitely has to be a redemption match. For that, what Rivalry needs to do is wait patiently for the right moment, and God's Reign on the other corner is already getting the damage. Alibaba Raiders, they are raiding on them, they are getting the finishes, they are getting the frags. So it's going to be problematic for God's Reign to fight from two different fronts. They can only clear the front part, but what about the backs? Because from their RIVALRYXNRI, they are trying to charge in. At the same point, extreme northern part of the play zone is still empty. IQOOSOUL on the other corner, we have not yet seen them into the action. I mean, Necros, just like the previous matchup, once again, IQOOSOUL is taking a very calm and composed way into the final circles. And then they will just open up, I believe.
That can be the approach, Raider. And if they do so, they might just find some good values. But it seems like RIVALRYXNRI, Chandan, he has got different intentions. IQOO Orangutan Zaru has been knocked and confirmed. In this map of Sanhok, you don't get the second chances, my friend. And you need to understand that even IQOOSOUL Goblin has been taken down. It's going to be IQOO 8-bit. Two teams fighting against each other and fighting against the odds, while RIVALRYXNRI Soham is keeping an eye on the players of not only IQOO Orangutan, but might be the players of God's Reign as well. So this Paradise Resort is having a lot of visitors for now, as three teams are almost inbounds.
I think BLITZ Esports, the way they have opened up is also going to be very interesting to watch where they go. Because if you see, Venom Gaming is not a team that you can easily deal with, but there you go, Altu has been compromised. There comes the finish. IQOO Orangutan, still in the Paradise Resort. They are also fighting on two different fronts. RIVALRYXNRI, they are slowly taking the control of Paradise Resort, while God's Reign, they are in the outskirts. IQOOSOUL, they are trying to inch in closer to the play zone from the northeastern edges. Northwestern edges, my bad. From northeastern edges, we get to see yet another team trying to be in the zone, and that's going to be Alibaba Raiders. So, two different angles to deliver with, but who's going to win?
Now, and it seems like the answers will be given in some time. But for now, we have 10 teams in the contention, 34 players remaining. This complete southern side and the western side seems really congested, while the eastern side is still quite vacant and the fights are still happening on those areas. IQOOSOUL, Mania, God's Reign. It's going to be a really long range battle between both of these Goliaths. But really want to see how things are going to turn around, because for IQOOSOUL, they're almost in the open grounds, if I'm not wrong. We have to see, we have to get a look on that. But for now, look at the esports. They have made it inside the circle. They will be the happy guys, having 5 finishes in their bag, wiping 2 teams out in the blue. And now entering the circle, getting good compounds all to themselves, having a really vast split around the southeastern quadrant of the circle. This is a really good position for LIKHITA Esports to kind of dominate and find some points. They have struggled a lot in the upper brackets. This is the time for vengeance as well. As we speak, Manya will find down Shadow, knock and finish. Genesis loses 1, and that is going to hurt them a lot. Still, there are 2 to 3 players who are looking forward to enter the circle. Well, you just talk about the circle is going to shift, and it will go down to the Paradise Resort. God's Reign, it is their empire. This is their circle, and they will not want to miss this opportunity of seizing this winner chicken and all to themselves. They just have to be really stubborn onto their positions.
They have to make sure that they get the values right, but at this point, IQOOSOUL is also trying to reset. They got a flag against Genesis, they got a flag against IQOO, but right now, yeah, the esports are also getting some good. Oh my god! There's a retaliation coming through. Easy to Wipe is also going to go down with that beautiful nade of their own. Now Rambo, last man standing from the team. Look at the esports. Oh, they're just getting a lot of shots attracted towards them from different angles, be it from Alibaba Raiders or some other teams. Right now, what their job is to shut down BLITZ, and they did it. So yeah, BLITZ is out. Up against Team RIVALRYXNRI, it's IQOO 8-bit still trying to be back into the picture. They are trying to seize the control of Paradise Resort, but there are way too many teams out here. We have Alibaba Raiders on the outskirts, God's Reign on the outskirts. In the vicinity, you have IQOO Orangutan also fighting back, but Kamla Boy goes down. IQOOSOUL, can they shut down the whole cavalry of Genesis? I think they did. Genesis is out, guys. Sam999 is done. 5 frags for IQOOSOUL. As the rockets are flying high, just like the previous matchup, can they go to the stratosphere and get the finishing line in their name? Because in the previous matchup, that didn't happen. In this one, they need to make it happen. But the shots that are coming in from Alibaba Raiders, it is just surreal. Goblin is down. Gokul is trying to heal back. Manya is super duper low. What will happen, guys? A lot of nades, and there goes Manya.
This is going to be problematic. They're just in that death bit. IQOOSOUL, this is definitely not a great spot to be in. So many needs, artillery strikes flooding into their direction. Alibaba Raiders, they do know one good nade can literally wipe the entire squad of IQOOSOUL and grant them the 4 finishes. This circle is still in the eastern side. Alibaba Raiders, they have a really good control in this particular area, but the Nox has to come. Murnox has been taken down. Goblin finds a beautiful opening. Knuckle is already all in the open grounds, and Pro has a beautiful angle. Pro OP finds down Knuckle. The Batman is down. Goblin, Manya, Gokul, the main 3 are still alive. They're outside of the circle, but Alibaba Raiders, they have to be really patient at this moment. 6 finishes in their name. JD Gaming will be confirmed by Pukar. 1 finish stolen away from the side of IQOOSOUL. LIKHITA Esports wants to chime in, but IQOO Orangutan's Veyron is still not stopping. He finds down Mafia. God's Reign are still looking from above. Destro is in a very low HP, but Apple, he finds an angle and gets Manya down.
IQOOSOUL, it's very difficult for them to take the control right now. Top 8 teams, 18 players still surviving. LIKHITA Pukar from the back end. He's also trying to pee back into the play zone. He can be a surprise for the team. They are Pro OP. Alibaba Raiders Pro OP has also taken the boulder as a cover. God's Reign, look at them. Still surviving with the 3-man power and still holding their guns upright. Making sure that they get the job done. Making sure that they take the finish line. But it's IQOO Orangutans. Veyron 77. Who is going to surprise them? Who is going to take that knock? But where are the finishes? Now that's the big question at this point. You might take the knock. You might put the team on the back foot. But still, I do believe LIKHITA's Rage God is going to surprise. There's one more player, Pukar. He's going to put up a good surprise for Goblin. That could be a big upset for IQOOSOUL. And there you go. That's what we talked about. But there's the cover. There's the cover. Gokul is going to bring his teammate back into the action for sure. Let's wait and watch. Eggy also goes down. GODLIKE, they're going ham on ALIBABA Raiders now. A big time for IQOOSOUL to get that reset then.
That's an unwillingly help coming up from the side of GODLIKE. IQOOSOUL will tell thank you very much. Otherwise, it could have been different. Goblin could have been confirmed, but Destro, it seems like he's in a very dicey spot. He needs to heal up, but does GODLIKE have an idea about IQOOSOUL? That's a big question. Apple is going all advanced, and he's being cooked up, but it's eventually, when you talk about Apple, is just too better. But eventually, the trade comes up from behind. It's going to be Gokul taking down Apple. IQOOSOUL, they're still surviving, but Destro won't let that happen. IQOOSOUL's Gokul is still surviving. Goblin will act as a little bit of bait, but no, the timing! Gokul's Molotov was about to go in a distant area, but Goblin guarded it, and that's because he burned to death. Then there is no second other options. RIVALRYXNRI, Somus finds out Delta PG. Gokul is all spotted. Chandan is the one to do the favors and the formalities, and that's going to be the end for IQOOSOUL with 7 finishes alongside GODLIKE, who's still surviving. Barely for now, but they are also eliminated, and WizGod was the last player as once again RIVALRYXNRI, they will walk away with the second chicken dinner of the day.
Well, I asked that question, can they come back into the picture, as they failed to do anything good in the previous match of Miramar, got a single point. But look at this, they are smiling bright, they are making sure that they get the exact number of points as what they did in the previous matchup in the first game. 18 points over winner with a chicken and 8 for frags, 10 for the placement points. Once again, RIVALRYXNRI has shown that they are the best team right here in LCQ. At least for now, out of 3 games, they have taken 2 in their name. And to be honest, there are teams who are trying to be consistent, like IQOO Orangutan is trying to be back into the picture. GODLIKE, they are trying to fight back in a good way. But IQOOSOUL, the way they played till the top 5 was also pretty amazing. But yeah, guys, once again, you cannot deny the fact that Rivalry is just dishing apart the competition.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, the way they have played, they are playing 8 finishes, 18-point a game once again. They had around 26 points before they have jumped into this match, and after this, again, they will have more 18 points added to that total. Again, they had a really good average in the first 2 games. After that, when you switch in, I feel like, again, adding all those points, closing up to the 40 points just by the end of 3 matches, it's really great. It's like more than 10 plus average that they're maintaining in every match that they are playing. So for RIVALRYXNRI, everything is going good. They are looking very strong and stubborn, and if they play like this, it's going to be really hard for any other team to stop them inside the lobby. But when you just talk on the other perspective, IQOOSOUL 2 matches back to back consistently, they are getting the finishes, but till the end they are not able to keep all their 4 players alive, and that's where the problem is arising. And in the most crucial moments, they are crumbling down, and that's where I feel like they need to fix it. Otherwise, I feel like IQOOSOUL, they are so back in the game.
I still believe that they are having a good run, to be honest, because in the first matchup, yes, I believe against Venom and against IQOO Orangutan, they just completely crumpled down. But after that, if you see the second matchup, they had 18 points in this one. Again, 7 frags plus 3 points for the placement. So again, a double-digit score coming through, 28 points altogether in the name. It's still a good score, to be honest. In 3 games, as we talked about with Urka regarding the average amount of points that you need to have is basically 7 to 8 points or 8 to 10 points in your favor. That's exactly where these lads are standing at. But let's talk about the final circle. Redwood Replay is out here. Gokul. There was a knockout coming on Goblin. Gokul retaliated onto that. But then again, if you see the mollies and the nades that were coming in from GODLIKE, Goblin never really had a good chance to survive in that.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't have that one. And Apple was just too good in terms of the pre-fires that he was giving. The nade was being cooked by Goblin. He was trying to nade him out, and that was not the case. And even at the end, the kind of positionings that RIVALRYXNRI had for themselves was just too good. It was all about God's range drop. They had this from the very beginning of the game, but then RIVALRYXNRI, they came in as the guests of the Paradise Resort, and they just claimed to be the owners by the end of the game. But yeah, that's how the map of Sanhok kind of summarized up. But we will have all the data and all the stats ready just after this short break. always better than one, and that's what RIVALRYXNRI is kind of demonstrating with all the force that they have within themselves. And this is going to be one of the crucial matches. Out of 3 matches that we've witnessed, it's all the 2 chickens has been backed up by RIVALRYXNRI. But for now, they have a lot of points in their back, while the others are still struggling out to get some.
Extreme Godlike, there are quite a few teams who are still struggling to get some good points in their favor, but I think what we are pumped up with is Red Bull, because the energy is out here. We can clearly feel how teams are actually acting on it and how they can get some good points in their name. What do you think about Extreme Godlike at this point? Where are they going wrong?
I feel like the confidence in the fights that they're taking is not there. It's not the same very Hero Extreme Godlike that we have seen just few weeks back or something like that. In the last major tournament that they played, it was something different. It was a whole lot of different experience of what they showcased us. But it feels like, okay, it's a change in meta. It is taking them time to adapt to the situations. But in terms of gunfights, they are more trying to be a little bit resistant in terms of taking any kind of quick approaches. But yeah, we'll get on to that later. Firstly, talking about the most valuable player right now in this map of Sanhok, it's going to be LIKHITA Esports Pucar.
5 amazing finishes, MVP ranking right now too. That means he is building up that consistent play from the past 3 games. Finish contribution is 55.56%. Yup, LIKHITA got a lot of finishes, but when it comes to their survival till the end, that's exactly where IQOOSOUL and eventually teams like IQOO, Orangutan and some other teams over there like IQOO as well, they just completely took the control out of it. So yeah, overall, when you talk about the match standings of this match number 3, RIVALRYXNRI sitting at the same spot at #1, 18 amazing points in the name. IQOO Orangutan on the other corner secured 11 of their own points. LIKHITA got 11, although they went down at 6th position, but due to the fact that they have got 9 amazing frags, the highest in the lobby, they have taken the 3rd spot. IQOOSOUL meanwhile, 10 points, and that's exactly where the double digits end. And God's reign till IQOO REVENANT XSPARK, we get to see single digit points coming through.
Not getting the point that what is going wrong with IQOO REVENANT XSPARK or Hero Extreme Godlike, the big names crumbling down like just small pieces of paper. It is really hard to decipher what is going on in their heads and the playstyle. But right as now, we have got another match lined up right just now. It's going to be the classic map of Erangel, as we will be diving on into in a very short span of time. And this is going to be ultimate for a lot of teams, those who haven't had a great time in the last 3 matches. 3 different matches being played, but right now again you come back to the OG classic map of Erangel. This is a very big chance for all the teams who have had their setbacks, like IQOO REVENANT XSPARK, we talk about Hero Extreme Godlike, IQOO 8-bit, even ALIBABA Raiders, who were going through a good phase in the map of Sanhok, but they just couldn't hold the position that they got by the grace of the BGMI gods. But still, if they had that opportunity, if they had the compounds, and if they would have played a little bit better, I feel like this Sanhok could have been that turnaround match for themselves in order to jump up in the overall standings.
Hey, you talked about IQOO REVENANT XSPARK. I agree that the 3rd one was not good enough, but if you talk about the first matchup, they tried to take some good fights. But again, Kozrin was there, Testro, the way he played Delta PG, the way he outshined his opponent was absolutely amazing, and that's exactly where IQOO REVENANT XSPARK and after that IQOO Orangutan also went into shambles. But if you talk about the second one, 2 of the players from IQOO REVENANT XSPARK were taken down. And still after that, we got to see a beautiful rotation against OG, Original Gangster. Even before that, Venom Gaming went down by the hands of IQOO REVENANT XSPARK. So we have seen that capability in last chance qualifier. I'm not saying what the past has been there for them or eventually what the future is going to hold. But yes, the present tells us that IQOO REVENANT XSPARK is capable of doing some good damage to the lobby. But then again, they are not able to find their composure into the picture. In the second game, they did find a composure. They were able to get 7 to 8 finishes in their favor, but they lost the manpower. 2 of their players were taken down in San Martin, and after that, pushing into the play zone was a big challenge. All thanks to what IQOOSOUL did in that particular matchup, what For Miracle did, what Venom did. So there were so many teams who were trying to still put up some good fights. Now the thing is, we have the second Erangel of LCQ already coming through. That means whatever wrong happened in the first one, teams will try to rectify that. We'll try to figure out where are those certain locations where we don't have to drop so that we can avoid the drop clashes and eventually get some good points in the name. I want to see a southern play zone coming through. Let's wait and watch whenever the flight path is going to come through, where that flight path is going to come from, where it is going to take the teams to, and at the end, where the play zone is going to dictate the play. So for now, what we are sitting at with is basically the overall standing, in which I do believe that RIVALRYXNRI will be sitting on top. IQOOSOUL will be following it up. But there are so many more teams who are still trying to catch up.
Yeah, this is the day one has always been the day of foundation. It is where you just build up your base in terms of points. You try to score as many points as possible in day number one, and a lot of team has this kind of approach that we want to get as many points as possible in the very day one itself. So in the day two, when people say it as the day of comebacks, we don't have to be in the position of making comebacks, and we can focus on scoring some more points in order to just establish ourselves in such a way that we don't have to rely on the final day's final match to qualify for the grand finals or qualify for the next stage. So this is how I feel a lot of teams have their own approach. So VXT is one of them, but for now VXT hasn't, they haven't been able to perform in that particular manner. If you talk about team IQOO Orangutan, they also like to just play in this kind of flow itself, but even for them the matches are not going good. So this is just about the moment of truth that you need to understand that, okay, the kind of strategy that we are using, it's not going in our favor. It's rather, it's high time that we can just shift towards the old meta strats or maybe something different which can work out for ourselves. Because if you talk about how the performances are uplifted for Autobots, for Rising Inferno Esports in the upper brackets, they've adapted through all the matches that they have played. They've evolved themselves through all the matches that they have played, and it's really important for you when you have almost like 24 matches span. It's really important for you to understand all the errors that you do in the early phase and then evolve in the later part of the game.
I think at this point I would just like to wait and see what happens in this next Erangel, because the first Erangel was like a haphazard Erangel where every single team was trying to figure out what is going to happen, and that was the first match of LCQ, so everybody was trying to find their route. You talk about the hospital fight, you talk about the fight that happened in Pochinki, you talk about the fight that happened in School Apart area, the way IQOOSOUL got chased out, the way Extreme GODLIKE went into shambles. A lot of things happened that were not supposed to happen in this particular matchup. But right now, the next Erangel, the second Erangel is going to come through. 21 more matches are still available, guys, for these teams to fight back and be there in the top 8. So I do believe there are going to be a lot of learnings, a lot of recoveries, a lot of figuring out of whatever happened in the previous matchups, and then eventually we'll get to see the top 8. So I'm looking forward to see what happens in this second match of Erangel. We are already into the lobby pretty soon. The flight path will be coming soon as well. So let's wait and watch, I guess, Necros, for now.
Yeah, this Erangel is going to be a testament, as we mentioned, for a lot of teams. God's Reign will be looking forward to have some really good points for their side, because again, this Erangel is where they will have another chance to kind of finish the day in the top 8 or top 5, and finishing in top 5 is one of the most greatest thing that you could ever do in a single day, and that too in the day one, the day of foundation. And right now, almost, if you talk about RIVALRYXNRI esports, they have already established themselves in a really sweet spot. But for teams, as we mentioned, Original Gangsters, IQOO REVENANT, XSPARK, IQOO 8-bit, Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they will be looking forward to pounce in. But as we just say this, it's time for the map of Erangel, the second Erangel of the day, and LCQ is just getting heated up. But so to the map of Erangel will be in some time, as the flight path starts from the western end of the map of Erangel and ends in the southern part of Milta Power. It's going to be a diagonal flight path in which all the teams will have the privilege to fly down to their respective drop locations.
Oh my god. Southern play zone. I'm just praying for that at this moment. It will be a blessing in disguise for God's Reign. It will be a blessing in disguise for IQOO 8-bit as well, as they will be guarding the military base play zone and eventually the whole bridge. So let's see where the whole equation carries it away. Genesis versus RIVALRYXNRI. I remember the previous Erangel where Genesis was completely in trouble because of the fact that Rivalry pounced onto them, and eventually we got to see Kamla Boy, we got to see Sam 999 going down, Shadow going down at the earliest. So are we going to see a rinse and repeat type of scenario? LIKHITA meanwhile taking the Gatka 6 house compounds and secluded areas nearby. For Medical going for Query, Primorsk, Ferry Pier could be looted by the sides of IQOO 8-bit. But again, we talk about rotations, we talk about drop clashes, but what about those initial confrontations that are going to happen for vehicles? Maybe towards Yasna Poliana, maybe towards the areas of shelter. Let's see if that is going to be the case.
So now this is really important, how things are going to be. The early drop clashes will be something to watch out for, as we mentioned earlier. But RIVALRYXNRI, look at this team. A team who have come from nowhere, we can say. NRI, who knew this team a few months back, and right now, an undergod team dominating the scene, has got a, I would say, a big collab with Rivalry Esports, one of the renowned names in the community from afar. But right now, it seems like IQOO, Orangutan, Hero Extreme, GODLIKE, they're having some jitters among themselves. And with Jonathan has been taken down, then you do see some retaliations also coming in from their end. Everything is happening in the southern side of Milta Power. I'm surprised that Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they've decided to change the directions and go towards that side. It's something which is very unusual.
It is, but it seems like that the Finnish feed is saying us, talking to us that Hero Extreme GODLIKE is still under trouble. They're still losing the players. IQOO Orangutan versus OG versus Hero Extreme GODLIKE. Well, this is not a very good scenario to watch out for. Johnny is super duper low. Punk is again under siege. Oh my god, there you go. Punk and Jonathan, both of them have been taken down. Simp is already out of the equation. It all trickles down to what Zap can do. This guy with the Bugatti. $1 million question is, what will happen to Hero Extreme GODLIKE? Is it yet another matchup where Hero Extreme GODLIKE is going to go out earliest, or are we going to see a comeback coming through? Whereon is going to get that revival. So, in total, in order to conclude, IQOO Orangutan gets 3 finishes without even a single loss. Just some knockouts and all. On the other corner, Hero Extreme GODLIKE, they're completely out of form right now. It seems like that. And on the other corner, when we talk about Novo, we have BLITZ versus IQOO REVENANT XSPARK, where once again, Banana is out for Smoothie.
It is, but for now, Bisfaroob, it seems like he's confirmed Zap. And that should be marking the end of Hero Extreme GODLIKE in this map of Erangel. And as you mentioned earlier, that it seems like they're out of form, but I feel like they aren't even playing it serious. I don't know. I am having this kind of feeling because the way they have played the previous tournaments or maybe the matches in the past couple of weeks, this is not the Hero Extreme GODLIKE we do know. Yes, they're trying to fight
We're missing
out.
God Mino.
Yeah, exactly. Admino's missing piece. He's the missing piece that GODLIKE is craving for at this moment. But hey, it's fine, right? Every player needs a break. But for now, it's IQOO REVENANT XSPARK Mango who is in some really tough situations. Even he needs a break for now. He needs some place where he can safeguard himself. The smoke covers, I don't know for how long it's going to provide him those temporary covers to play along. He needs his teammate to arrive as quickly as possible, but BLITZ Stronza is just too furious at this moment.
A VS is being utilized. Easy swipe has been taken down, but Grave One gets retaliated. He has been knocked out. There you go, the very first bullet of that DBS. Finds a connection. Shadow becomes the last man standing with that VSS. Cannot do anything. Dazzler with a 3K up against IQOO REVENANT XSPARK, and once again, from start to the finish, IQOO REVENANT XSPARK secures 0 points in this 4th matchup of LCQ, day number 1 in Skyesports Championship 2025. So we can clearly say this, but I think the day of foundation for IQOO REVENANT XSPARK is not working, not at all.
First half went downhill. Second half started with a disappointing performance once again. It's a serious matter at some points. You don't expect these senior teams or T1 teams performing like this. Yeah, we do kind of praise the gameplay that the new teams who are coming into the picture, they're showcasing us, but some or the other way, I feel like there has to be some improvements, there has to be some changes which can help them to kind of again come back in the form and perform like what they were used to do. But what has happened is, let's just forget it, because I feel like Hero Extreme GODLIKE, IQOO REVENANT XSPARK, they're also trying to experiment and figure out what is going wrong with them. So let's just give them the time and let's see what happens next further in deep inside the tournament or in the upcoming matches. But for now, a team who is living up to the expectations and the names, it's going to be Team IQOOSOUL. They haven't been able to qualify directly in the grand finals from the upper brackets, just missing some points. But when they're playing the LCQ, it seems like they have finally got the form. They have finally built up the synergy that they were trying to build with the new 2 players who have been added to the roster.
I remember the moment where yesterday IQOOSOUL, Hero Extreme Godlike, BLITZ, True Rippers, I believe there was a complete chaos that was brewed in Nova Ripnoi compounds, and at that point there was a good chance that IQOOSOUL could have qualified to the upper bracket and eventually to be there in the top 8. They were just a few points away, but then again, just a single points is what IQOOSOUL was able to get in the last matchup that they played in the playoffs. So that was an upset. But right now, it seems like that's a history, that's a past that we can talk about. But at the same point, the present seems good for IQOOSOUL. They are being very calm and composed for the initial few circles, and in the leader part, they just completely go in. Look at LIKHITA sitting on top of that Everest. They waited long enough for their opponents to go out and then eventually pushes in. But here we have Apollo taking down Reach God. What will happen? Oh my god, this guy literally drove right into the water body. And now Fierce is also going to be a part of complete chaos. Goes down. He pulls up a 1v3 already. Can he get the last one standing? LIKHITA is done. LIKHITA is done. Oh my god. What a blunder that was.
This is purely an immature gameplay that we can see from the side of LIKHITA Esports. Things could have been drastically different.
Wow.
Polo, single-handedly the way he played, man, the way he just hold on to his grounds, the way he handled the situation. Just imagine 3 vehicles literally coming and rushing towards you, and you just have one rock to play along. The way Apollo handled the situation shows how much class that player has within himself. I wonder how much,
I agree.
no matter how much appreciate we do that play, it seems it will be less. But the way he handled, even the backup arrived at the very right moment. LIKHITA were in shambles and there was nothing that they could do. But overall, we could say that it was a great play, and Genesis, they do have a really good start for themselves in this map of Erangel.
I mean, I understand Apollo driving on top of Rage God and getting him knocked out, but after that, what Fierce did, that completely blew me off. He was putting up a good fight, but at the end, the way he changed the seat and eventually completely went right into the water body, he was out of any possibilities of surviving and eventually getting the job done. So those mistakes were in turn coming out to be a blunder for the sides of LIKHITA Esports, but no doubt what Apollo did was amazing. The calm and composed play from his corner, the way he played along the rocks. For now, I think IQOO 8-bit, IQOOSOUL, these could be the two teams. It's VXC who is in the closer vicinity, so maybe these two teams are going to have a good fight. After that, whoever wins can go move on to another angles. But IQOOSOUL is also rotating in some different angles, like they are wide open. It's not like they're holding a single compound. And Somraj knows that. He's also out there sitting on top of the shack. Meanwhile, his teammates are on the potato hill trying to take the control of that angle.
Leading around this entire circle, Potato Hill has always been one of the most crucial spots for any other team who wants to cut down the rotations that happen around this place. This is just like the epicenter of the map of Erangel. Whenever you see an eastern circle or a central circle, any number of rotations take place around this around that hill. So for a team like VX, it should be a really heavy task to accomplish all the finishes. Though they have the experience, they have the gun power as well. Every player is looking in form, but it seems like there are some other intentions. A lot of fights brewing up. Venom Gaming, they are going up against Genesis, who had just finished one fight a few moments back. But it seems like Shadow Apollo has been taken down, and even Shadow will be confirmed, while Gumla Boy, he was fighting it all around, all alone against Venom Gaming. There has been some casualties as well.
Genesis, as you rightly called it out, Shadow, the IGL is done, Apollo is out. I don't think so. There is a possibility of a revival, but IQOOSOUL, they are now charging on Venom Gaming. I remember the previous matchup, the Miramar, with Venom Gaming was contested. There he goes, Alex goes down. But before that, he was able to take down Knuckle. There's a down rich cover. I don't feel that IQOOSOUL is going to have a lot of trouble reviving their teammate. 2 frags already in favor of IQOOSOUL, VENOM Gaming, under some serious problem. The way they were playing in the first matchup, I remember that IQOOSOUL was contested by VENOM Gaming, and VENOM Gaming was one of the biggest reasons why IQOOSOUL just completely went out with 0 points. Manya was the one who was trying to run away, but AKOP from Orangutan, IQOO Orangutan shuts him away in the first match of Erangel. Right now, when you talk about this one, it seems like that IQOOSOUL is here to return the favor. They have taken 2 down from VENOM Gaming. Altu, Aimbot. These are the last 2 players who are still surviving. Hopes are high. Altu! Oh my god, he goes down. Manya, beautiful lead that was. Now just acting on it. He needs to get the last one as well. But Gokul walks right into the molly. Has to cool off. There you go, guys. Whole lineup, the whole team of VENOM Gaming. They face the repercussion. They face the backlash of what they did in the first match of LCQ against IQOOSOUL. I remember the moment where IQOOSOUL was getting chased off by the sides of VENOM Gaming because they didn't have the loot. But right now IQOOSOUL had the adequate loot, had the synergy, had that momentum. 4 frags for them. VENOM Gaming, they got just a single frag from a different team. So IQOOSOUL with the full 4 manpower and 4 finishes, they'll be looking forward to get few more fights right now.
Indeed, they are. And they know that this is the only way of getting the points. Sam, he has been caught off guard and he has been picked off as well. The confirmation will be coming up from side of Biswaroop. That's going to be the second finish for original Gangsters. And MVP is all there up close to grab some loot for his team side. OG, they are holding a really good spot. But RIVALRYXNRI, if you ask me, this hill holding this particular place in a good, it's a kind of good decision, but also the next circle shift is going to be something that will determine all the fate for all the other teams. While IQOO Orangutan, look at that, Aru is so far away from his team, trying to find out a sweet spot. He has gone up early, told his teammates to just hold back and wait for his call. As soon as he finds a good place, his teammates will be arriving soon. But where is Aru heading? That's a big question, because for the other teams, they seem pretty settled where they are holding inside the circle.
Aru is the one who is trying to scout, get the information of where the players are, and on the other corner, the other few players that OG has got, they are trying to follow the lead. Meanwhile, if you talk about Genesis, Kamla Boy once again becomes the last man standing for the team, and he's the only ray of hope for the team. The only guy who's going to go for the heal battles. Has got 5 amazing finishes. But then again, if you talk about now the survival, it's going to be challenging because IQOOSOUL is right there on the northern areas of the play zone. We have Alibaba Raiders coming close to them. We have VXT trying to survive. We have IQOO 8-bet. There are many teams. RIVALRYXNRI is out there. They're also riding high on their momentum because they've secured 2 good winner chicken dinners. One in Erangel, another one in Sanhok. So 2 of those maps where you kind of are comfortable and are trying to come back into the picture. Rivalry has nailed it. IQOOSOUL on the other hand, Miramar was good for them. Sanhok was amazing. The start for Erangel, it's again pretty fun to watch the way these lads are playing. 4 amazing finishes without even a single loss. But there is, for now, not even a single team outside the blue. I want to see what GODLIKE is going to do, because slowly they have also closed in and they have taken the farm control.
GODLIKE, they have ample amount of space to work out with. There is, I don't feel they have any kind of headache around them. The farm is a really vast place. You have a lot of compounds to play along, a lot of covers, so they're pretty much safe and sound. But the main thing that comes in my mind is that if somehow the circle tends to shift towards down south, it will be really chaotic on the northern side. But also the crossroads are inbound, so around the areas of the shelter crossroads, you do see so many teams just having their own spots. And the best part is 12 teams, all of them, they are seeming quite settled. At least 11 of them are quite settled. Can't relate with Genesis because again, they just left with one last player, and Kamla Boy is still out there in the blue, trying to play it slow and steady and have a really, really slow approach towards the circle.
the very fact that there are certain teams who are still holding the center circle, I think they are going to have a lot of challenge in the later phase. It could be OG, it could be teams like BLITZ, who will have a lot of trouble while maintaining that central compound control because of the fact that you become the center of attraction. Because it's an open zone that I'm looking at right now. If the zone goes to his farm, yeah, maybe different scenarios because there are a lot of compounds over there. But the way currently this third stage is, I think it's going to be challenging for all those teams who are right there in the central part of the circle. But let's see if Rivalry versus Alibaba Raiders is the next fight that we are going to witness, because for a long duration, like for 5 to 10 minutes right now, we have seen a patience game coming through from every single team. Nobody is going chaotic, nobody is pushing in, nobody is like really charging onto another team. It's like they are just waiting for the right moment to strike on. And that's a good approach, I believe, because you are maintaining your manpower, you are just getting all the info that you need regarding where you have to hit whenever that position comes through, whenever the stage is changed. I think the next fights that we are going to see is for sure going to be when the stage 4 comes through.
Every circle shift has a different storyline to tell, but Pro OP, look at the damage that he has dealt with. His level 3 helmet, it's already half damaged. He's trying to make a fallback, some couple of shots, and Pro OP is a goner. You don't want to just be there, Pro OP, you need to take an exit. Just made some rounds, made sure that he gives the sound cue, but eventually if you go up, you can't be that one easy prey. You have to keep these kind of things in your mind. While Alibaba Raiders, all the other 3 players, they seem really compact inside the circle, not willing to give up that position. But soon, if the hardship arises in the western side towards the Potato Hill, you have to leave the compounds and come out in the open. Then you can be those free preys for a lot of teams. Those were sitting intact in their spots for such a long time. The main discussion also comes on the teams like for Miracle Esports, but oh my god, before hopping onto that conversation, we have the circle shift exactly on the northeastern end. It's gonna be the Shelter Crossroads to host this final circle and the end fights.
That means it's an open zone. That means there are going to be a lot of rich fights, a lot of rich retaliations coming through. Oh my god. Shelter Crossroads it is. We have Alibaba Raiders taking the only compound that is there. Shacks are being converted. Silos are being converted at this point. Even if you talk about the bunkers, IQOO Orangutan is the one which is holding the bunkers. But GODLIKE, they are rotating from the same angle. It's going to be interesting to watch how GODLIKE is going to put up a fight against IQOO Orangutan, because of the fact that GODLIKE has been rotating outside the play zone for a long period of time. That's why they are already pretty low in terms of their HP. But Monox finds a value. BLITZ Esports Dazzle has been taken away, and that's one of the problems that I was talking about. That if you are playing in the dead center of the play zone, you will have some problems while rotating back, while switching the gears, while trying to be in the zone. And I can clearly see that. BLITZ once again under siege.
Things have been changing really rapidly after the circle shifted, and you can see so many rotations happening left, right, and center. Moving on to that one part, the northern end seems so much clustered. RIVALRYXNRI, they have a ditch to play along with. But then the main question comes up that across the road you have some neighbors to deal with, and it's going to be VXT. And these neighbors are not that playful or the good ones who will give you the room to play as you like in that particular area. There will be some certain chances where they will be just dumping the nades just to clear you off, while Samraj is having the rounds, just trying and figuring out where they should head next.
VXT S-Power tried to take some good shots with that AUG. Single tap shots going in on RIVALRYXNRI, never really made a good connection. And now they've found a placement in the zone, so that garage area could be a good one. It's a strong concrete cover that they can utilize. IQOOSOUL on the other corner is also inching closer. Genesis Kamla Boy is also out there. We have IQOOSOUL who might take up a fight against one more team. Outside the play zone, there are the knockouts. It's for Miracle Esports that I was talking about. Poco goes down, Reaper is out. Oh my god, it's a big challenge for Miracle to survive at this moment. Whoever is going to be left might be getting picked up by VXC. But IQOOSOUL, 4 finishes in the prior fights, and right now, once again, they are charging in, getting the values in the name. Could be the next target. A lot of shots. Really low HP. XSPARK goes down. Knuckle is also super duper low. Knuckle goes down. For Gokul, it's a challenge. Goblin has been taken down as well. Knuckle has been finished off. Goblin already knocked out. DBS versus DBS. IQOO still trying to rise high, but no, Gokul will survive. Look at the HP. A dot HP. Can't even see that HP coming through. Raiden wants to charge in. There's the need. There's the need. VXC versus IQOOSOUL. This is already going on, and Manya going to get finished off. Equinox gets summed up as well. Manya, he gets close off, but from the back angles, it was RIVALRYXNRI who is going to be a blessing in disguise for IQOOSOUL, because it's a 1v1 battle right now. Raiden versus Gokul. The nades are being tossed. Oh my god, Raiden was on point with that nade. Gokul goes down. IQOOSOUL is done at the 12th spot, but with 9 finishes. So a total of 9 points from this one.
Beautiful game coming up from the side of Raiden as well, but Chandan versus Raiden, this is going to be a really hectic battle. Even Raiden doesn't have a lot of HP to play along. Sarwa's backup arrives. VXT, they take an exit with 3 finishes in total in the 11th spot. So they won't be finding any placement points for themselves. RIVALRYXNRI once again inbounds in a really good position to play along. Chandan is there, barely surviving that one ridge. His position is completely compromised while Lucifer is trying to find out some more needs. He's got 5 more to play along. Well, it depends how long is RIVALRYXNRI going to survive in that particular pit or that ridge cover. For Ever Esports, they're also trying to chime in. This is a really drastic shift of circle. It's gone down southeast. It's going to be a lot of troubles out there. While Alibaba Raiders, it seems like they are disturbing BLITZ esports a lot around their surroundings. But the way they are playing, will they be able to just hold on to their grounds till the very end? That's a big question. While Gamla Boy, he's got 11 more first aids to work out with. But as he can see some players already in front of him, he's just taking much more time in order to survive a tad bit longer.
Rivalry now trying to be back into the play zone. Oh, what Morty did? Morty thought that he's in the vehicle, but no, he's still outside the play zone. Has to go deeper in the play zone, otherwise other teams will not give him the chance. You talk about BLITZ, Alibaba Raiders, God's Reign is out there. IQOO Orangutan is still fighting back. Look at the positioning that OG has got. Oh my god, so many shots, and I had no clue. So out there, he was just shooting random bullets. He had no clue that he's getting shot down from Alibaba Raiders. JD Gaming. Oh my god, look at this. I think it's done and dusted for Rivalry. I don't believe that there's a comeback from their corner now, because of the fact that they're already low on HP. They're already cornered. Alibaba Raiders from 2 different angles. They are still fighting back, but Chandan is like, no, we're still going to fight back. We're still going to give it back to our opponents. BLITZ. This could be their own turn, but server goes down. Ah, JD. JD summed it all up.
JD is the only man who is getting the frags for the side of Alibaba Raiders, and you have to admit it, out of 6 finishes that they've got for themselves, 5 have been confirmed by JD itself, and all the cover fire. He's getting Dronza down as well. What a beautiful play. Bro OP has got a big breather chance. He has to make the connections. Rambo is barely surviving, finally connects the shot. That's going to be the end. BLITZ esports, they take an exit, while Alibaba Raiders, they still survive in the top 6, having 8 finishes in their name as they're going all in. Same goes for GODLIKE. 5 finishes in the name. Spots down. The last player of IQOO Orangutan wipes them off entirely. This is the Red Bull standoff mode, but eventually God's Reign, they're reigning supreme in the southern end of the circle.
Oh yeah, they have taken the control. They're trying to fight back for the control against Team Forever. Beast is already knocked down. He's going to get depleted. A nade per mini red zone being created at this point. Look at the number of nades. Every single nade that this lad had, he's already utilized that. But Forever is like, nah, we don't want to stay here. We want to be back in the play zone. So they have just completely skedaddled from this angle. OG is done, of course, as we got to see by the hands of God's Reign. But even God's Reign is now lacking behind in terms of their manpower. I think this one could actually go in the favor of Alibaba Raiders because of the fact that they have got the down ridge control. They have utils for Medical's Dragon Hopi. Somehow he's still out there surviving. I think with that need, Forever is going to get weaker and weaker.
How
Dragon,
can
look at
Iggy
him.
not spot Dragon?
Yeah, because he has bigger targets. He has bigger fishes to fry.
This is what happens when you want to go for the bigger picture without noticing the small, silly points that could literally help you win the game. But yeah, Dragon can be a little bit problematic. Pro OP has been taken down forever. Esports, they are backfiring. Alibaba Raiders, it is supposed to be their match. And from here, things can turn around. JD,
Eggy.
Murnox, Eggy, they're still surviving. But the main question is, Otto can be problematic. Apple has got a beautiful angle, but JD is just too good. Somebody just stop this man from getting all the finishes.
Oh, now that Dragon has been spotted, I do believe for his survival it's going to be challenging. But look at that nade! Dragon was waiting for the right movement. He was like, if you spot me, you are... Goes in with a brilliant nade, but Eggy sums it up. Oh my god, yet another nade. Eggy is super duper low, but yep, Forever's last man standing is out. And it's Alibaba Raiders who are going to raid this map and get a winner chicken dinner. Not a small one, what a big one. 23 points of a winner chicken dinner. 13 frags, 10 placement points. A true recovery, a true comeback. In the fourth match of LCQ, day number 1 last chance qualifier is now looking big. As it's just not about IQOOSOUL, it's just not about RIVALRYXNRI. It is about Alibaba Raiders now.
Yeah, exactly. And Alibaba Raiders, the way they have played it, the way they have kind of revamped themselves after the first couple of matches, it's really great to see how they have turned up. And have to give credits to JD Gaming. 8 solo finishes. This man has paved the paths literally for his entire team to win this match. There is no doubt about it, and I'm really sure that the way JD contributed, if he wasn't there, it wouldn't have been possible for Alibaba Raiders to win this match.
I agree. The angles that he was playing on, the kind of cover that he was providing. I remember the moment where Apple from GODLIKE, if I'm not wrong, stood up from behind the buggy and he was trying to shut the player down. I think that was Eggy or some other guy from Alibaba Raiders. But the way there was a cover being provided from the other side, now that's exactly where you either make or break a situation of a winner chicken dinner. For IQOOSOUL, this exact situation is not working out. For Hero Extreme Godlike, they are not able to get that synergy back into the picture. But Alibaba Raiders, in this particular matchup, they definitely outdid themselves and eventually the whole lobby as well. Red Bull replay, let's relive those moments where Dragon tried his level best, got on Murnox, but instantly after that we got to see an instant retaliation coming in. Apple got knocked out, and after that we got to see some more retaliation. So a brilliant play. God's Range Delta PG was the last man standing, but I would like to say this thing that in both the Erangels, God's Range was good. In the previous Erangel, God's Range outmaneuvered IQOO REVENANT XSPARK, IQOO Orangutan as a whole, with just 2 members surviving. I believe that was Delta PG and Destro over there. And right now, once again, God's Range with a beautiful rotation. Remember, they have their drops in military base. From there, they come back to areas like shelter. And every single play zone, they were outside the play zone, they were taking the damage. I had my doubts that what they are going to do. But still, they survived till the top 2. So kudos to that.
Yeah, exactly. The way they survived, the way they played, it was like every time you expect them to fall down, they rise back, and that's the kind of attitude they have for themselves. But overall, we can say this was a great game of Erangel, but there are still 2 more matches left in this entire day. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back after a short break. So many incredible games are going on in the last chance qualifier, and joining alongside me this time it's going to be Arka, and to kind of decipher what has happened in the map of Erangel. I believe Alibaba Raiders JD has to give, we have to give him all the credits in the world right now.
Absolutely. JD before this has performed in several other teams. I do believe he was playing for Karunadu, if I'm not wrong, from Karnataka. And apart from that, I did see him play for 2-3 other orgs as well. And every single place is always shined out to be the MVP of the Tier 2, Tier 3 tournaments. And when it comes to the Tier 1, he's also one of those underrated players as of now, because the performance he showcased this time, it was just bursts of bullet which he sprayed in the lobby, and every single time he pressed his trigger, there was either bodies falling or people were getting finished off.
Yeah, it was like he was giving wings for the opponents to fly up and fly back to the lobby itself. But it's more like, even if you want wings for yourself to stay hydrated and energetic, you can grab a can of Red Bull for yourself and enjoy all the matches, the remaining matches of the day. There are 2 more matches yet, but before that we will be having the overall standings, the MVP and all the details. But without any further ado, let's jump on to the MVP as quickly as possible, and it has to be JD Gaming from the side of Alibaba Raiders with 8 solo finishes for himself and standing in the rank of 3 in the MVP ranking.
Oh yes, Alibaba Raiders, they've chosen the right assaulter. And let me remind you, he's a frontline assaulter as well, but this time around giving that key role to stay back and make sure he gives the right kind of cover fire has paid up perfectly for the side of Alibaba Raiders. But we'll be looking at the match standings, all thanks to the prowess of a single guy. 23 points is what Alibaba Raiders are going to be ending at, with OGs closely catching up. I wouldn't say closely, but yes, 10 points shy with just 7 finishes, 13 points.
Slowly and gradually, you do see Forever Esports having 9 points for themselves. IQOOSOUL have 9. And all the 9 points that they've received is for all the finishes that they've accumulated for themselves throughout the map of Erangel. Followed by that, you have Genesis, For Miracle, IQOO Orangutan. A lot of names, but in the overall rankings, RIVALRYXNRI will be on top with 39 points on the board. This match was not that very great, if you ask me, compared to what has happened in the first match and the third match as well. But IQOOSOUL as well, falling up the charts without having any chicken dinner, without having 10 plus placement points, with only having 30 finishes in the bag. They are in the second spot with a total of 37. But with this win, Alibaba Raiders, they've climbed up to the 4th spot as well.
Oh yes, any team getting a good game will obviously climb up to maintain their position into the top 5, and that is what the agenda of all the teams are going to be today. Whereas there are teams like 8-Bit and GODLIKE with REVENANT XSPARK was still suffering to find their footing in this game. Probably in this tournament itself, especially Hero Extreme GODLIKE, it seems like they are waiting for something to take place. They're waiting for some momentum or some consistency to fall in place, and from then on we can expect them to start switching gears and picking up frags here and there and showing us why they are one of the fan favorite teams.
Exactly, and I'm just waiting for that moment to come in. But next map, it's going to be the map of Miramar, as we just saw a few moments back.
Yeah.
Again, the map of Golden Sand is a testament for a lot of teams, those who have been struggling in the past couple of matches. Even the previous Miramar that we witnessed was not that great for a lot of teams, but somehow I feel like I'm missing the old IQOO 8-Bit, Oways, Ash, all together forming this lineup, an experienced team, having 2 big brains as the 2 tanks as well
Omega
for the team. Yeah, even Omega being but Omega was also there. I'm not quite sure.
No,
but
this time around, Omega has shifted his teams.
Yeah.
He's moved from 8-Bit to LIKHITA
LIKHITA.
ESPORTS, but not been playing over there. But ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we'll be stepping into the next map of the day. It's going to be the map of Miramar, and the flight path seems to be a little bit interesting according to me, because completely towards the western side of the map, starting all the way from the prison, ending right next to Torre Hamara, this flight path could bring in some action from the get-go.
Exactly, we are supposed to witness some drop clashes. Hopefully this time, if we can see some, it's going to be really interesting how things will turn around. But eventually, if you talk about the top teams, God's Reign already going down south, finding vehicles and reaching their drop location of Impala in the eastern side of the map. Followed by, it's going to be BLITZ Esports dropping in the Val del Mar, IQOO Orangutan, followed by IQOO 8-bit. Will have the drop clash around the compounds of Chumasera.
Now, there's always been a drop clash right towards the Picardo region, right? We have seen that RNT has always had a small clash with that of, I do believe, OGs, if I'm not wrong. And that was the contention we saw at the Picardo region. Is that going to continue? Whereas for now, the Picardo region is taken away from the side of LIKHITA Esports. Yes, at far away, we're able to see that Bolte Beta Bolte right now in action against the side of OGs. Yeah, it's 8-bit versus themselves.
Once again, this is an early clash. VENOM has been taken down. This is not a great start for IQOO Orangutan, but this has been the place for IQOO 8-bit, this lineup for such a long time, and they don't want to just throw it away to any other team in the lobby. That's why we are seeing this drop clash happening. And on the other side of as well, we also see For Miracle as well as Forever Esports taking a dig against each other. But for now, IQOO 8-bit, what is going to be the next move? VENOM, he's in the position in which you are not gonna get any revival. Even Mafia finds down AKOP. So that's 2 players down and out for IQOO Orangutan. This is a 2v4 situation, and it seems like they are already in a back foot.
Ash, Beta Bolte Pineapple and Mafia. It feels like they've got the right kind of momentum to make OG pay. At least one player gets taken down, one player gets finished off. Pineapple, is he extending too much? It seems like he is, but he's going to be rewarded for it as Vron gets confirmed.
Confirmations are coming quick, and that's really nice for the side of IQOO 8-bit. They don't want to waste any single moment, and they don't want to miss on any finish that they have got the knock off. But right now, keeping it very steady and very slow, IQOO Orangutan will look for small opportunities from where they can capitalize their own finishes, while WizGod and Aru, they're all intact, and they have literally cut off every other sound.
Now look at 8-bit. They do want this finish. They're hungry for it. They're checking every look and corner of Chumasera, trying to make a statement to them, telling that, you know what, do not dare come to our drop location. Or rather, they have come here to say that this is our drop location from here on. Same goes on the other side. We're able to see that RNT XSPARK has been finished off completely from the hands of For Miracle.
VENOM Gaming.
Or VG, or
Yeah.
VENOM Gaming, because Forever gets finished off by For Miracle.
It's something that is going to bother IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK for such a long time. I mean, just imagine back-to-back matches, back-to-back drop clashes, and you're being wiped off. This is not the exact team which IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK were used to be. Joker is playing in a different lineup alongside Spray God, 2 of the most best assaulters that IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK had in their side. They're not there anymore, and right now the new players, it seems like they haven't stepped up the way they should have, and that is bothering the performance of IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. And that you can just see it. VENOM Gaming, they have all the 4 players intact. Not even a single finish has been confirmed by IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, or they couldn't get a single knock, it seems. This is not something that we have witnessed in the past months or past year from this side. This is definitely going to haunt them, but for now it's going to be OG who will be the next contention, and as they are all across the urban area of San Martin.
How many fights are brewing up, and all of a sudden the finish feed pops up a new name in the name of VXT, and it seems like they've already dealt the damage against the side of RIVALRYNRI. The most consistent team in the lobby right now is RIVALRYNRI. Every single time given an opportunity, they always concentrate on getting that chicken dinner. But the sad part is, Miramar has been the weakest map so far.
And this scene completely justifies it. Having lost 2 players, it's going to be really tough. And that too, they have invaded in the drop location of Team Versatile, a champion lineup, a team who is known for their own versatility and the flexible plays that they can bring up. They've been the dark horses of every other tournament that they have played, and this time as well. They couldn't make it to the upper brackets. They were in the lower brackets, table-topped in that lower bracket matches, and now they've arrived in the LCQ. The start hasn't been that great for them, but it seems like they will make sure that they qualify for the grand finals and perform where it matters the most.
Absolutely. The combination of S-Power and Aquanox was one question by everybody. People were speaking that Aquanox might not be in form anymore, but still Aquanox, his precision in the officials as well as his contribution for the team has been phenomenal. And look at what's happening over here. Look at the esports Kyoya in the radar of Aru, who has a vague idea of where the Kyoya is. He could have taken those shots, but it's the Vector. He understands that mid-range battles might not connect well. And even before they could get into contention, it seems like LIKHITA esports, they're showing like they're going to fall back from this fight.
They don't even have an idea that there's one player just beneath them. It should be a lucky opportunity for Aru to just survive there. Wizgod, he's in different part of the world. There is no connection between both the players, and there is no way Wizgod can even arrive for help. So it's all up to that one player, Aru. He needs to survive, but Biswaroop, for now, he's way too close to the players of Venom Gaming. It's a 3-1 split for Venom Gaming as far as we see in the mini-map as well. 3 players intact in one building. Venom is in a different part of the world, but he has all the eyes on the players. He will just wait for the right opportunity to pounce in and might just find some finishes. And eventually that same thing can happen for IQOOSOUL Goblin. He's watching all the rotation that is taking place around him, but he's just refraining from taking any shots for now.
A good call if you ask me. There's no necessary for any kind of unnecessary shots being taken. No necessary for your position to be compromised. As the circle has shifted away from El Pozo, they need to make it inside the circle. And this time, as they head over there, since a lot of teams have already had great number of casualty with just 51 players, it seems like there's a lot of space, a lot of hard compounds in the map of Miramar where people can call it their homes.
Everybody seems settled, Arka. That's really one of the most important points. In the last map of Erangel as well, we have seen it that in the stage 4, stage 5, almost a lot of teams, they were feeling really settled in those positions that they've claimed for themselves, and it seems like we are seeing a replica of that very match in the map of Miramar as well. Rotations taking place, LIKHITA esports, they found out Wizgod in the meantime. And I wonder how Wizgod got taken down. He was so far away from the position of Aru. He was there in the compound all alone though. But Wizgod is the first one to go down. It seems like Aru is going to be the solo survivor. But for now, Venom Gaming, do they have even an idea that Biswaroop is there on the top? He's just on the roof.
It's all about the bird's eye view, my friend. It's all about you trying to keep your opponents from not coming out of hard cover. Making sure that you rely all the information which is required. And look at how his teammates are slowly converging towards them. Yes, Altu's position could be a game changer. But if he gets taken down first, then VGs will be on the receiving end of things.
Even I wonder Venom's position. As soon as, maybe just, let's just call it. Zyrex, he's having the least amount of HP as compared to the other 3 teammates. And if he is the first one to go down, and OG tries to cross the roads, then Venom might have a really good angle to take down at least 1 or 2 players. But let's see what happens and when that Cold War is going to start in the compounds of San Martin, because the circle has shifted downwards in the southern side. Los Leones will be again one of the heartful places of this entire map, where you do see Alibaba Raiders having a really good stronghold all to themselves.
Or like Jonathan in the Golden Mirado seems to have toppled himself, and luckily nobody's close by. Even though LIKHITA esports are almost close to this vicinity. We know what happens in the map of Miramar. No matter how close you are, you're still far away.
This is the speciality of a big map, and due to which we do witness a lot of fights happen in the very end stages. This is just stage 2. We have still a minute and 40 seconds to just witness a lot of rotations and teams maybe indulging themselves in some rotational clashes, which seems like the chances are quite low, because almost all the teams, those who could take fights, have rotated earlier on, found some sweet spots for themselves inside the circle, while almost all the other teams who usually play it slow are playing it slow and steadily, and they have all clear path to enter the circle and find some really sweet spots for themselves. So as you mentioned earlier, this is a really big circle, and Miramar itself is a very big map, so there are a lot of hard compounds which any team can utilize for their side.
The next circle is going to be the most crucial one. Stage 2 almost closing in. All these people who call themselves friends and now turned into foes. The agenda is that winner chicken dinner. Most of these teams at the bottom of the table. Let it be 8-bit, let it be GODLIKE, let it be VENOM, XSPARK, all the big names, Team Versatile. These are the teams who are at now present in the bottom 6 or 7. LIKHITA eSports. If they get one winner chicken dinner, then the tides change in the overall standing. All of these teams will be making it slowly into the top 8. And we all know once they get into top 8, they never let go of that position.
That's the speciality, and that's the experience that all these teams carry. And as you mentioned, one good game, one chicken dinner can literally change the tides. This is the foundation day, and you need to just make sure that you grab as many points as possible in every match that you play. For Miracle Esports, just wondering what has gone wrong with them. Though they're in the top 3, the previous match was still average. This time again, they have a really good start, 4 finishes in their name. They will be looking forward to make it up to a very good match, a big match for themselves, so that they can claim the first spot which they were holding previously.
You know, this is a very new 4 Miracle we are seeing. After Beard Baba came in, there were some doubts which was raised against Dragon's Igeling, because after Goku left, there was a huge dip coming in for this team. Their recent achievement is also worth praises. In the Bihar government official which took place, they were the team to acquire the 2nd position. So I do believe that it's going to be a different story altogether. But now, Sarwar is calculating something, looking at the red dot. I wish I find someone who can look at me like that, like how Sarwar was looking at the red dot.
Aren't you married?
Nope.
Oh. Okay.
Still too young to be called that, my friend. Coming back into the game, we have got 8-bit and GODLIKE at close proximity with one another. Mafia does have a vague idea that someone is close by. If somebody from this side is going to make it to the top of that barn, I do believe that the bird's eye view is going to give them a broader information. Aimbot making that mistake, and now the opponents are trying to capitalize it. We did speak about this, VG. They might have a greater advantage, but once the pressure mounts, they might crack right below it.
Oh, Biswaroop, he has literally cut through the motions of Venom Gaming, knifed one of their players, and now this is going to be something that will hurt Venom Gaming a lot. While that one last player, who is itself Venom, might just look forward to avenge it, but he's just way too far. He's just way too far. And I really thought that he can be that game changer, he can be that X factor in this entire fight, but it seems like OG, the confidence that is piling up within them, it's just too greater as compared to any other team in the lobby. These undergods, They've stepped up to prove something and achieve something from this entire Skyesports Championship 2025.
Genesis on the receiving end of things. Yet again, rivalry showing their prowess. Goblin coming out in the open could be a big mistake. Venom has an opportunity to strike. He's waiting for them to settle down in the vehicles. And when he does, he's immediately going to go in for the confirmation. 4 valuable points already come in. Now, all he has to do is probably play for position points. Need to be careful. Any kind of sound cues given away, original gangsters are going to pounce upon him.
That is where the trigger discipline comes into the picture. And yes, Venom is not going to take any shots. He has a vehicle to work out with to exit from this place, because this is going to be a long journey for him to go down south. It's an open circle. And for a single player to survive in this kind of circle, Arka, it's really difficult. I'm not sure how Venom is going to take the future journey in this map of Miramar, because if he wants to survive it all out in these open grounds, he has to be really aggressive and he has to be very cheeky with all the decisions. But it seems like Pukar is going to get some finishes of Genesis Esports. Shadow, he's going to be compromised, and LIKHITA Esports, they've got some couple of finishes as gifts for themselves.
Absolutely, the late rotation seems to have paid off for them. Yes, even though it was an early one, the circle betraying them seems like, makes us believe that it looks like a, late rotation. But the receiving end of things were on the Genesis side. They've lost 2 players, Apollo and Shadow, who did show us some brilliance in the previous map, especially Apollo in the map of Erangel. It was the very team LIKHITA Esports who he took down with a 1v3, all because of the small mistakes they had committed. This time, there's a chance. There's a chance for them to survive. Gumla Boy still breathing means that there is a person who can heal his way into the top 2 yet again.
Quick rotations, adaptations, it's what they are looking forward. But this is a way too long rotation coming up from their side, right? You want to be in the safer side of the map where nobody will touch you guys. God's Reign and Destro have some really good ideas of where they should settle down. But it seems like this is going to be a long-range fight between Hero Extreme Godlike and IQOO 8-bit. I mean, even if you just take out one player, I don't think anybody's going to push each other. If it's like Hero Extreme Godlike taking one player out of 8-bit, I don't think Hero Extreme Godlike they're going to push into that compounds, because both of them, they seem quite settled. While 8-bit, they do have a better compound as compared to Hero Extreme Godlike, which is much more closer to the dead center of the circle. But it seems like for now, RIVALRYXNRI, they have their eyes on the players of IQOO 8-bit as well.
NRI taking pop shots, making sure they keep the players of AR away from the window. But Sarwar, since he's got 325 bullets, that gives him a little bit of independence to go in and take those pop shots. But just 2 men standing, since they are already holding the top of the table, that gives them so much of daringness to do whatever they want in this lobby.
The way JD is in form, I am having a little bit of fear that this time also in the map of Miramar he's going to do something extra. But Genesis, they have been retaliating against LIKHITA Esports. It seems like they are up for vengeance. You've taken down our IGL. Now it's time that we will be showing you some retaliation from our end as well. But it seems like Gamla Boy has been taken down. LIKHITA Esports, they have the numbers advantage and they will be utilizing it as much as possible, while the circle has shifted towards the northwestern side of the map. And with that being said, in the meantime, Genesis, they will take an exit from this map as well.
LIKHITA Esports have gone in to become a bit more aggressive in comparison to upper bracket qualifiers. They were shying away from taking fights, but this time around, suddenly they're starting to build confidence on their firepower, and that seems to be working out for them as well. Fierce, the entry fragger, slowly stepping up for the team. And I believe that from here on, in case they catch up that momentum, they're going to be prepared for a bigger tomorrow, a better tomorrow.
It has to be like that. But Murnox needs on point, still not making that connection. RIVALRYXNRI, they're just in front of him. The main factor is that they are having a little bit of height disadvantage intact and completely immersed close to that rock vicinity. But for now, Sarva trying to make those connections. Pro P, he's got some hits on him, but he needs to kind of reposition himself because the nades will be piling up one after another. In the meantime, Soham has also repositioned himself. Good decision from the side of RIVALRYXNRI, but there will be so many artillery strikes pouncing on them for now because all in is going all Alibaba Raiders for now.
I mean, that sudden shift of using the grenade on the eastern side was really good. But whereas on the other side, LIKHITA Esports coming in late into this lobby. Again, they're finding some more frags for themselves. A knock has been given, but the confirmation has not yet come in. Taking an opportunity over here is going to be a RIVALRYNRI. We're just traversing around the corner of this map just to make sure he finds another, hard compound, but ends up in a very bad situation. Mafia probably knows the location of this solo man, and they would pounce upon him to get that single frag. One good point, just laying around in the map of Miramar.
One good nade from Mafia can just end the run, but that's going to be really tough. But Hero Extreme GODLIKE versus LIKHITA Esports, this is going to be the hot topic to bring in. But Zap's one pre-nade takes down one of the key players. Kyoya is down, and now it's Zap is trying to confirm that finish as well. Rage God's HP seems a little bit dwindling as well. But Pokar from the backlands trying to provide the support. But in the meantime, Fierce will also go down. Zap is finally opening up the game as Punk has been taken down as well. And Sim comes to the rescue. This is LIKHITA Esports crumbling down one after another. Even Pokar, the kind of cover fire he's trying to provide is being denied as well. As Jonathan, he's got him completely pinned down.
Absolutely a proper comeback coming in from the side of GODLIKE. It's just that Rage God did try to do his best, but it was of no use. Pokar coming out in the open, showing his backs to the opponents is not something we have not seen before. Pokar trying to retaliate, still showing his back rather than trying to use that vehicle as a cover to then later on think about the heal battle. Is going to be finally put out of his misery. GODLIKE with 4 frags, probably this is the game they were waiting for.
Oh, look at that. Some finishes will be stolen away as well. Murnox is barely surviving, but Alibaba Raiders, they will be pretty happy with the help that they're receiving from the side of Hero Extreme GODLIKE. Sap will confirm Pineapple. That's going to be the end of IQOO 8-bit, it seems. Alibaba Raiders, they've also been eliminated, it seems, as well. With 0 finishes from this match. Not a kind of game that maybe there's one player still alive, but Venom, oh my god, he can be the venomous snake, and eventually he bites Simp at the very moment where it will hurt Hero Extreme GODLIKE the most.
Time for him to escape, but it seems like he's going to commit to this fight. Venom cooking up a grenade, so does the side of Zap. Somehow Venom becomes busy, all thanks to another player close to him. Johnny gets taken down, a grenade is going to be popped in. Venom is trying to show his true power. Zap comes in from the other side. It's a Scarlet versus Shotgun. We all know what's the outcome going to look like. And finally, a player gets put down. Zap slowly coming back to form, helping GODLIKE survive this. Has got 4 frags in his name. Whereas on the other side, it's Manya yet again performing for his team. With Gokul on the other side, he's got 2 frags in his name.
A Molotov to slow down his opponents. IQOOSOUL, 5 finishes in the name. A consistent performance on an average of 5 to 6 points is what IQOOSOUL is claiming for themselves. Raiden, Samraj versus Gokul and Manya. IGL versus IGL. Assaulter versus Assaulter. This is a brilliant 2v2 contention. But somebody can just be the party spoilers from a distance, and it can be the likes of OG who are trying to chime into this fight, but it seems like Alibaba Raiders, their run will be ended for now. But GODLIKE Punk has also been taken down, but Raiden, look at his HP, he's barely surviving. But IQOOSOUL, if they go up close and personal this time, it can be really problematic for him. But eventually, when you talk about Money has been taken down, the shots being fired. Gokul has got a big responsibility on his shoulder, but Samraj, he's just too good with that S686, finishes off the entirety of IQOOSOUL.
What a standoff moment coming in over there from the side of Somraj. Waited for that moment. There was a time where he just peeked and said low before he pressed that trigger. And that is how the cookie crumbled for the side of IQOOSOUL. A valiant effort coming in from the side of Manya, but ultimately VXT survived to tell a story a story which they can convert into a chicken dinner. 4 miracles yet again in the map of Miramar. Are all 4 men standing? Can they grab another chicken dinner in the map of Miramar? Can they make a difference over here? Beard Baba has a vague idea of the players of VXT. Prioritizing the circle, Dragon says, I have a better dip. Rushing towards me. With Reaper, a mini 14 at this point of time in the game.
Maybe he hasn't found any other gun. He might have different options, but we have to see how things are going to turn around. But Reaper, hopefully that mini 14 makes it worth. That's the big question. But he's too wide. He barely survives that need. Look at his HP. One last first aid on him. BLITZ, they're in a dire need of getting some meds for themselves. But before that, they need to enter the circle, and they will be the free targets. They will be those easy targets for the likes of 4 Miracle to take them down. An artillery strike is literally on its way.
Absolutely, a good grenade being popped in from the side of Dragon. Luckily, Dronzer and Rambo, both of them split from that position, making it a little hard. But Beard Baba says otherwise. I know that opportunity is given to me. I know I'm going to pick up those frags. Reaper is just going to add on to those prowers. Beard Baba, with 2 knocks already coming in, he wants to rush in with the vehicle. Location given away. Beard Baba just misses that shot with a little bit of HP left out. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, 4 miracles do survive. Finally godlike with 8 finishes in their name, resorting to a heal battle until given an opportunity.
Oh, he's been spotted. He has been spotted. And MVP will be putting the final nail in the coffin. Hero Extreme Godlike takes an exit in the 4th spot. For EXT, 6 finishes, 2 players remaining. 4 Miracle just in front of them. They will be waiting for both those teams to collide against each other and do the third party in the very right moment. Or Miracle, they do have the numbers advantage, so this is something that is really a tad bit concerning for the side of VXT. And even for OG, while MVP is trying to make these connections, the shots have been fired. Somraj seems to be dropping down low. But what is going to happen? Is for Miracle and OG, both of those teams are going to pile up against VXT, or they're going to fight against each other? That's a big question, and it seems like Toxic, he has his focus on Somraj, and that's the first knockout.
Absolutely. My enemy's enemy is my friend. This 3-way Mexican standoff is alas gonna give us which is the team worthy of that chicken dinner. Beard Baba, yet again, playing his role of traversing around in a vehicle to get the location of the opponents. Dragon takes Poco, gets in closer to Reaper. And now they understand the velocity of this game. They understand that now is the time for them to strike. They get so close to the corner of this circle, taking the complete control of the topography. VXT Somraj still dares to step out of that hard cover. And now an opportunity is going to be given to them to take down Toxic as well as that of VXT.
Oh, Toxic is fighting it back. Wake takes down Poco, confirms this as well. There's no other chance, but Toxic, you have to look for another opportunity. And with that, Original Gangsters will be eliminated in the 3rd spot, while Somraj is the last man surviving. And that's going to be the final end for Miracle Esports. They take another chicken dinner in their bag. What a day it is turning out for these lads.
Absolutely, 4 miracles. 2 games, 2 good games will be putting them on the top of the table for sure, because each of these games had some decent amount of finishes as well. And the composure in the map of Miramar, their rotation, everything seems to be falling in place for the IGL Gokul. A youngster, this is what I say. You need to be a leader who leads from the front, who leads by example and not by force.
And the main fact is that all the players have 3 finishes each in their name. Total of 12 finishes, a 22-pointer game for 4 Miracle. They had one before, they are having it again, and it seems like it's almost a reciprocation of what they have done in the previous Miramar. If I am not wrong, it was the Miramar in which 4 Miracle took a chicken dinner, and this is again a Miramar, and it's again a same story.
Yeah, absolutely. With 2 good games, I do believe they have an opportunity to cross the 50-pointer, and they might be the first team to do so. But IQOOSOUL, they are also having a really good time in this last chance qualifiers. Every single game, they've got decent amount of finishes. And in this game as well, they had around 7 to 8 if I'm not wrong. And with that, finding an average in every game has to be the priority for all these teams. Waiting to see what the overall standing looks like, waiting to see, you know, which of these players were actually the MVP. Because I see that even in 4 Miracles, it was just 3 finishes. Even when in VXT, there were least amount of finishes coming in. So I'm absolutely not sure which among these players are worthy of that MVP title for this map.
Yeah, there are so many names, so many individual performances stepping up, and this Miramar has been something that Will set a lot of examples. Even VXT, they were literally praying that OG and 4 Miracle, they take a fight against each other so they can at least finish in the second position, because Somraj knew from that spot on it was really hard for them to win the match. Even Raiden in the backyards was trying to go for a little bit of heal battle strategy, as far as I think so, because he did not come inside the circle, even though he got a he was in a position to he was in a position to come in. He was waiting whether he can just be in the second position while doing the heal battle or not. But keeping those things aside, I feel like Team VXT will be pretty happy with the kind of average points that they have converted for themselves in this map of Miramar.
That is why importance of having your best player in the team, the frontline assaulter in the final circles, gives you an added advantage. Imagine in the place of Raiden, it was S Power. The outcome could have been so different. If not the chicken dinner, I do believe that they would have had 1 or 2 more points extra, because he tend to take down player before he gets taken down. So these are the few moments where we'll have to wait and witness throughout the day, to be frank, rather than in moments to come, because we have still got some more maps to go. We have got a couple of maps to go. And wait, a couple of maps. I think with this, we're going to be left on with one last match.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the match of Erangel. And I would call it the map of redemption. Because every single team in the bottom of the table, they'll have to play like they have nothing to lose. Especially GODLIKE.
Exactly, but we'll quickly have a look on the Red Bull replay as well, where we can have a gist about what just happened in the final fight. BLITZ Esports, they had a good position, but this circle shift caused them a lot more damage, and the artillery strike that came in from the side of 4 Miracle was completely inevitable at that one point. There was nothing that they could do. They tried to evade it, but again, it was all about the dragons spitting fire. 4 Miracle, they went all ham. Even OG Toxic tried to fight it out back, found Poco out, knocked him out, got the confirmation, but in the end, numbers advantage is where 4 Miracle won the game.
Absolutely. I mean, there is this love story which is always between the team from Tamil Nadu and Miramar. They just do know how to play this. Before this, we had Team Tamilas who used to play so well. Then you had the side of Autobots who knew how to perform well in this. Then you have Aerobots who are also good at the map of Miramar. Now with all of these teams missing and 4 Miracles, the complete lineup coming in from the side of Tamil Nadu, it seems like they have that code cracked of how to play Miramar. And I believe from here on we can expect someone to actually break this curse and bring in a new wave altogether.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't notice that point, but yeah, thank you, Arka, for kind of mentioning it. But you know what? We will be deciphering and kind of breaking the entire map of Miramar down with all the stats and the points right after this short break.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen. After a short break, you guys are watching Skyesports Championship 2025, where things are turning out to be interesting with teams who are being consistent in the map of Miramar. There are a few teams who are still trying to find the momentum in this tournament because they lack their playing for, especially the side of Godlike. Is Admino's presence affecting the way Godlike is playing in this tournament? The answer to that is the point standings.
Exactly, but after what we just witnessed in the previous match itself, we did see Zap stepping up and doing some really wonderful job, and I feel like he's trying to fill the shoes of Admino, and he has always been that fifth player in the lineup. He hasn't been able to kind of concrete his position in the playing for, but it seems like the performance that Zap has been putting up in the previous match, the way he performed, the way he handled all the situations, can be that one chance or that one beginning of him kind of concreting his position in the playing for, because simply he has not been performing that well, so that can give him the more chances of being in the playing for majorly. But talking about the kind of MVP that we have in this map of Miramar, because there were so many individual plays, but out of which this one player's play stands out against everybody, it's going to be Zap from Hero Extreme Godlike with 5 finishes and finish contribution of 62.5%.
Against Tall Lord, this man stands tall because there was a moment where Godlike would have lost all their players if not for his shotgun close range battle against the side of LE as well. So ultimately we'll be able to witness more of such things from the side of Godlike, but I still believe Punk is thinking of a greater deed. He's still allowing his other playing four to come in rather than bringing his the best playing four. Let's see whether that is the case, but as of now, 4 miracles with another 22-pointer, 12 finishes, 10 possession points, a winner chicken dinner rewarded.
They will be pretty happy with the performance that they have got, even for the likes of OG having 11 total points. What an incredible run that they had throughout this map of Miramar. Venom Gaming just had 5 points from this match as well. But they wouldn't be happy that much if you ask me, because I believe that this Sanhok could be a turning point for their side after having such a beautiful start of 4 finishes. But OG were just there to crush their dreams. And look at this entire match summary, right? Out of 5 matches, 2 matches won by RIVALRYXNRI, 2 matches won by 4 Miracle, 1 match won by ALIBABA Raiders. Not a single top team who is currently sitting on the top circuit is there winning the matches. But right now it's time for the final and the last match of today's day. The Erangel is already on as we dive into the flight path of the match number 6 of day number 1 of LCQ. Where is it starting and where is it ending? That's a big question. As we see, it's starting from the western side of Severny and ending in the eastern side of Novorupnoy.
Right over shooting range, school, almost dissecting the map into 2 equal halves. But again, where will the circle form up? Will teams tend to go to their respective drop locations, or are they going to risk it all to pick up 4 early frags? Godlike heading towards Severny, whereas Genesis, as always, heading towards the Georgiopol region. No kind of confrontation coming in from the northern side of the map.
Everybody wants a peaceful start. That's really important. Even when gaming, they would like to have their own peaceful area all to themselves, but it seems like it's not upper brackets, guys. You're in the LCQ and you have IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK as your neighbors, and Shadow has never given up in his own drop location. So you have to face the consequences. Let it be Miramar, let it be Erangel. This has to be the clash that every time we see.
VXT going towards the Pochinki region. I'm waiting to see whether Ellie would want to do the same as well. Genesis, they know that there's a chance somebody is going to come close to this vicinity, because the spawn regions is just going to attract a lot of attention. Yes, there is a team right across the border, right across the road in the name of Rivalry, and Gamla Boy, it seems like he's going to dare go forward and try to pick up that frag. Rather than picking up that information, they want to go pick up that frag. REVENANT XSPARK versus VG, the love story which nobody can stop, is again leading to another war of disaster.
Zyrex knocked in confirmed. That's the opening for the side of IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. It seems Gamla Boy will be confirming some of the players as well. RIVALRYXNRI. Definitely not the start that you would want for yourself. And Genesis this time making no mistakes. One finish confirmed as they will collect all the vehicles and will look forward to a bigger picture. But this time Venom again gets one knockout and go grip. He will be knifed out. Venom Gaming. An eye for an eye.
A knife for a knife, rather. Because Revenant XSPARK. And I just love it when, things like this brew up. I know it sounds a little sadistic, but what I mean to say is within the game, is there some healthy rivalry going on where teams understand the gravity of the situation. Look at that Mango, not daring to step back, but rather trying to find that players and putting them down. Puts down another player, makes it much more interesting as Venom Gaming is down to only 2 men now. Every single time in this fight, let me remind you guys previously, whichever team having a man disadvantage has always walked off successful. Let it be Venom, let it be Revenant XSPARK. And this time, Venom Gaming are on the back foot. Can they replicate? Can they keep up the momentum? Or can they keep up the ritual of always winning when they have a back foot?
And one of the most important factors in this entire fight is that Yasna is inside the circle. So they can delay this fight as much as possible, take their own time. But for now, as you mentioned, that as Venom Gaming, they are in a little bit of disadvantage situation. And yes, the history has witnessed these kind of situations happen before. And maybe we can see it once again. But Soham,
what?
He didn't have an idea that Gamla Boy was in a flanking angle. He never anticipated that, and Soham will be picked off. First it was Morty, now it's Soham. Chandan and Server, they are just wondering what to do next.
Gamla Boy, a different Gamla Boy altogether we are witnessing in this tournament. I've never seen him be such a strong frontline assaulter. But yes, no matter what you do, if you're able to get that knock, you always had a great advantage for your team. Now Genesis converging from all different directions, making sure they build that pressure over rivalry, pick them off one after another, and then slowly get those 4 points, which is so much more important.
They are just being very quiet, very quiet. Let Genesis pass away. Let them go towards their respective drop location. Let's just not poke them because we have still a long match to play. Server just having an idea, just keeping a watch whether they're coming back or not. Chandan and Server, they need to fall back, find some good loot. They've looted this entire area of ruins, but will that area give them enough loot to play along the entire match? That's a big question. But in the meanwhile, IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, they've confirmed 3 finishes. So that leaves that one last player, Aimbot, the solo survivor for the side of Venom Gaming. And I wonder what Aimbot can do. He has got a decent loot to work out with. But a 1v3, that in the big building, it's never an easy job.
It's an impossible task which is put in front of him. But in case he clutches this out, he's going to be one of the other legends in the making. And it seems like Revenant XSPARK have an idea where this player is. Just putting out the smoke in one corner. Banana trying to play mind games out here. Mango from the other side not showing out his location. Shadow slowly coming closer to that building. Wanting Aimgod to come out of that cover. Forcing him to take that peek and then punishing him. That is what Revenant XSPARK are trying to do. But I don't think so. Aimbot is just going to flinch.
He just knows that what IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK is up to right now. He's just not going to take the bait. He'll just play it until somebody rushes him. He knows he has ample amount of time to work out. He's inside the circle, and as long as the circle is favoring Yasanaya, he can just sit there relaxed and wait for IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK to just rush on him. And if they do, he might have a chance to just play it all by himself. But it seems like OG Toxic this time, the run is a little bit shorter. IQOO Orangutan, they have some different intentions to play along. Toxic has been confirmed, and now they slam in onto that one compound where Goblin is holding, and you can see so many Molotovs and nades being cooked up, and Goblin, he's hit, and now he's burning. He needs one good position to play it safe. He needs to patch himself up. But will he get that time? That's a big question, because IQOO Orangutan, they're going all in, and this nade should do the job as AKOP will get Goblin down, and there is nothing that the other players can do about it.
Oh yes, all they can do is watch their teammate get decimated as they tuck their tails and run away from that position. I wonder what they were doing, and now is an opportunity. God misses it by a mile, to be frank. He gets in closer. He knows the importance of going in for the frontal battle. More grenades are going to be cooked in. Venom bot needs to be clever, needs to keep changing position, or else things are not going to be easy. Grenades are going to be cooked in against him. Maybe coming up again. A shotgun versus UMP. There it is, comes out in the open, gets a lot of shots. Now he'll have to fall back and heal himself. Is he going to use the small ledges which is going to be outside of this building? That's something we have to wait and watch. Changes position yet again. Jumps out of this building, try to get into the lower grounds. But he's going to be caught off guard as the jump coming in from the side of Mango is going to be more than enough for him to put him down. Team Venom. These snakes have been caught off guard and they've been cut off by the head.
My anxiety triggered so high at that moment when Aimbot jumped out of the window. I really thought that he would survive for maybe a tad bit longer, but it seems like MVP on the other end will catch one of the players of IQOO Orangutan off guard. Might have got the knockout, but the confirmation is still quite dicey. But there comes BLITZ Esports from afar. They are intercepting in this fight. Aru's revival is really dicey, but AKOP is trying to prevent any kind of push from the side of BLITZ Esports, while WizGod is looking forward to go for a rescue mission. The shot's being fired, wants to get one opening. BLITZ Esports, he's to wipe, he's in the close proximity. The shot's being fired from AKOP, constantly providing the backup as much as possible. IQOO Orangutan, the position that they're holding, the position that they are in, it's not really great, but the kind of support that AKOP is providing is really commendable. But Aru gets taken down once again. He's to wipe. He's targeting the most vulnerable player right now for the side of IQOO Orangutan. They've lost Veyron earlier, but they can't afford to lose once again. But Aru, he will be confirmed. There is no way that WizGod could have saved him. But now, even it seems like he's trapped out there.
MVP taking pot shots, trying to attract Rambo. He's like, you know what, guys, I'm over here. Try to come and get me. Is it something? Is it overconfidence? Or is he trying to pull off something big over here? But the sad part is he was putting a suppressor in. He was trying to take those shots. Did he know that?
I was about to tell that, but I mean, I don't even see his teammate, Biswaroop. He seems disconnected. He's not anywhere closer, so why would he just do it? Maybe he wants to go for a self-sabotaging situation, maybe like something like that. Maybe just keep it that way.
Suicide?
Yeah. I was trying to use some better words than that, but
I mean,
yeah.
That's the right word. That's why the dictionary has given that word.
Yeah. Practically, yes, that's what I'm supposed to tell.
Yep. Now look at how LIKHITA Esports are getting into that aggressive mode. They're trying to find out where is that other player. He's right here in front of them. Can he take down that player? Yes, they can easily, as Rage God is going to be using that UMP to perfection. Get another frag for themselves. RIVALRYXNRI, one of the other consistent teams out of this game.
That's going to be a sad part after get back
Aquanox.
2 chicken dinners. It is tough journey for RIVALRYXNRI, but it's okay. They will be sitting on top. There is no doubt about it. But for now, Aquanox, how is he going to take an exit? And he has no backup from his teammate side.
And I wonder how come he went in to take those shots being so much in the open.
Man has confidence. Just too much.
Overconfidence, I believe, because this is not the only player I've been seeing. As I said, every single team is looking forward to play as if they have nothing to lose. But all such textbook mistakes are going to make them pay a lot. Goblin gets a lot of shots. He's going to fall back to another place altogether, boost himself, and then come back to take another fight. Whereas the backup has already arrived for the side of VXT.
They are not leaving any man behind. That's the kind of approach VXT. They know how much value that does Aquanox bring in when it comes down to the fight, but it seems like Knuckle, he wanted to go for an all-in approach, but IQOOSOUL will be also restraining themselves not to go further or overcome it in any kind of situation. Just hold on to their grounds and play the natural textbook game, because that has given them the fruitful rewards. But when it comes down to VXT Aquanox, he's just wandering around and trying to find out and gather information as much as possible for his IGL. So maybe that's the kind of plan that VXT is adapting to.
Easy to wipe. You know, after Fury, Scary Jod, I do believe the next best thing IGC could find so far is Easy to Wipe. He's been doing really good when it comes to those close range battles. His game sense has also been evolving every single time he's spending more time in the Steven lobby. Hoping to see him also attain some really good achievements through this tournament. But for Miracle, they come in towards the Pochinki region as an uninvited guest.
Exactly. For now, whether we do see a contention here or not, that's a big question. Blitz versus 4 Miracle. And, you know, every time I play Classics, this is a situation that happens to me. I'm in the compounds. There's a squad holding right in the church, maybe in the recall tower outside the compounds. Every time I try to take a fight against church people, I get decimated so bad.
Godlike. Same. Zap. Johnny. Johnny? Yes. He's practicing in the game itself. Not trying to jiggle around and see how stable he can be. As on the other side, Goblin. The calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. With no hard compounds whatsoever. Everybody are waiting to see where the circle is going to be forming up. Is it going to go to the northern island towards the shooting range? Is it going to fall down towards the ruins region? And with most of these teams trying to get the control of the center part of it all, just waiting for an opportunity. Stage 3 has always been the drastic shift when it comes to this meta. And Delta PG is holding a decent spot. He knows that there's a team above that mountains, and he's just waiting to see whether he'll have to engage or immediately scoot from the situation.
Ozzy will be taking every decision very cautiously, but where is the circle heading? I would love to see.
Ooh.
Is it going to be a hard shift? Yes, it is. It will go down to the western side. God's Reign in the dead center of the circle. They will have a compound to play along, but the question is, even the team who is having the hold of the Everest will have the privilege. It's a lot more finishes. And now I believe, Arka, we will be seeing so many fights happening above the ridge.
Absolutely. The control of the Everest. Who's going to be the king of the Everest? Which team would want to see say that the circle might end up towards that place? And look at this, Chennai 2024. Who can forget? This is the place where Pukar lifted the trophy. The lineup of LE. And we have not seen them play better after that. They have not showcased any kind of brilliance after that. But as of now, they're sticking together as a pack after losing Kyoya. A big casualty for the team. We're able to see that they're making ruins their home. No team nearby. They're going to play it safe. They're going to survive for the longest time possible and then try to play the game in the latter stages of the circuit.
Meanwhile, IQOOSOUL, they've spotted the players of Alibaba Raiders. So in today's game, we've seen Alibaba Raiders biking up match themselves. They've got like 11 matches. That was a really good game that they converted for their side, which helped them bounce back in the overall standing. So it's really important for them as well to pack up a similar match like that. But the position that they're holding is really out in the open along the Spider Hills. But on the southern side, you do also see Forever Esports taking some battle against BLITZ Esports. Another battle of undergods where Forever Esports, they are seeming to fight back against BLITZ. Stronzer gets confirmed, East to Vibe gets confirmed, and it seems like BLITZ, they might have lost the battle, or it might be forever esports who will be taking an exit as Dazzler. He steps up alongside Rambo to finish things off, but Rambo and company, they have another fight to deal with. It's going to be 4 Miracle Esports coming in close. Dragon gets taken down. There's a second player, Rambo. He switches the gun. He has both automated rifles in his hand, but against him, it's going to be 2 big DBS.
Oh, nice.
But he still managed to get the second one, putting the pressure, but it's going to be Poco to put the full stop on the run of BLITZ Esports. But what a play, Rambo! Take a bow.
Rambo with that AKM shows us some glimpse. It felt like a deja vu. This is how Johnny used to play in that close range when it comes to the AKM. I hope that I've not spoken too early, but that was an amazing gameplay coming in from their side. And look at the recovery speed coming in from the side of 4 Miracles, immediately making sure they're back on their feet. Whereas one small mistake coming in from the side of OG is going to cost them the most. As with that, I do believe that OG is on the verge of extinction.
Even that finish got stolen away from the side of IQOO. REVENANT, XSPARK, Mango was the one to capitalize on it. For Miracle, they do have all the 4 players remaining. Yes, Reaper will be getting a quick revival, there's no doubt about it. There should not be any problem, but in the meanwhile, there are a lot of fights which are already brewing on the eastern side of the circle. Genesis, they're going up against some of the teams, and now they are finding the finishes. But for Miracle, a team who has got 2 beautiful chicken dinners in this day 1 already, they are aiming to get the 3rd one as well in their bag. They're in a really good spot, but again, it has to be a very long journey according to where they will head, because the circle will take a shift mostly towards the eastern side. Maybe down south it might just arrive. So we have to see. But the central area is way too confined. IQOOSOUL, they are still around the ears of the Spider Hill, playing it very towards the edge, very much towards the edge. Though they have only 1 finish to work out.
IQOOSOUL, they realize the circle might shift away from them, and that's why now they'll have to pack up and make it through the circle. VXT, the only other team who've got an arc compound for themselves inside of this circle. The one team which has got is obviously LIKHITA, right almost to the epicenter of it. The Gatka region, the open regions of Gatka. It's good for us to say a team's drop location will be the team who's going to be the favorites to pick up a chicken dinner from here on. And let me remind you, lately Gatka and Ruins is being taken by the side of LIKHITA Esports.
That gives them an additional advantage, as you said earlier. But once again, having hard compounds does make you become that center of attraction for a lot of other teams, those who will try to grab that spot, who will try to snatch it away from you guys. And LIKHITA Esports, they should be really very much prepared for any kind of wave coming towards them. But for now, VXT, they're dealing shots from a distance, and it seems like it's going to be teams from the eastern side. IQOOSOUL versus VXT. It can be a long-range battle. While Gokul, he has been knocked out. He needs a quick revival. And also, IQOOSOUL, they will be looking forward to rotate as quickly as possible to find a sweet spot inside the circle.
Absolutely, IQOOSOUL are kind of suffering at this point of time. Knuckle misses a lot of shots, due to which he gets taken down. Now Goblin, the last man standing, a lot of responsibilities on his shoulder. Can he finish things off out here? It's going to be Shadow versus Goblin. A beautiful Molotov is going to be tossed in so that he can rotate from the left side. Manya would have just boosted his confidence, but he didn't know where Knuckle was coming in from. He didn't know where Shadow was coming in from, and ultimately RNT XSPARK is going to be back on their feet with no casualty whatsoever from this fight. Yes, Grapes has been eliminated, but what a gameplay coming in from their side.
9 finishes, and this can be the comeback game from IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. While you also talk about this team, Team Versatile. They're already out for Hunt, Raiden, and Aquanox in a single vehicle, trying to find out some information and also get some more finishes. They wanted to pile on, pounce on the fight of IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, and IQOOSOUL. Maybe they decided that if we can go for a third-party approach, we can find at least 1 or 2 finishes, but it seems like the fight is over. And that's why VXT, they have decided, let's not engage, let's not go, but S-Power has some different intentions. Man wants to go up close and personal, finds down the players off guard. The shots will be fired. IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK. This can be problematic. 1 buggy, 2 players. Mango is out of the game.
REVENANT XSPARK, what a time to strike against them. Whereas on the other side, we're able to see that VXT is trying to extend their wings too much. It might get cut off as Genesis now in deep troubles. The next circle, oh my goodness, the next circle shifts far away from them. They'll have to travel 300 meters, before which they'll have to take down the side of 8-bit. A 3v4 situation. Throwables is going to be coming into consideration, but GDR from a distance become a blessing in disguise for the side of 8-bit. Completely taken out a Gumbler Boy from this equation. Now Mafia stepping forward with the grenade. Can he find an opening?
Splash damage on Apollo and Shadow as well, but Mafia needs to make a good connection. If that's a nade, that can be problematic, but Mafia drops down to a very low HP. Murnox, on the other hand, has been taken out. That's a different fight happening between Hero Extreme Godlike, but this nade, it should do the damage. Ash has barely survived once again. Shadow, he needs to be quick. Coltrane, they do have their eyes completely settled on this location. Their crosshairs are set. They want to be the third-party kings in this moment. They want to utilize, they want to exploit this situation as much as possible. Genesis, what are they going to do? They have to wrap up this fight as quickly as possible. Shadow going up close and personal. One good nade can bring up a beautiful opening, and this nade can do the job, but no, it's not. Mafia still survives.
Mafia with a sliver of HP falling back to make sure that he goes in for, healing himself. But a Molotov comes in at the right spot. Now they've restricted the opponents into one corner, due to which they can take in a huge impact against them. But still, 8-bit is able to retaliate. Mafia from the other side puts up a beautiful grenade. It's going to be Apollo versus Mafia. Two strongest assaulters face to face. But still Mafia with that FPP lands that shot perfectly. And 8-bit is going to be heading back into the lobby.
What a beautiful play once again from Apollo. This is a kind of game we wanted to see from the side of Genesis. But right now, S-Power has an idea that Hero Extreme Godlike, they're coming up from that spot itself. But now, VXT will try to remain shut. Just trying to gather as much as information possible, because they do have an idea. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're outside of the circle. There's no way they can enter that easily. Zab wants to come up close. The smoke covers are there. And even Hero Extreme Godlike, they have an idea that there's VXT just beside them. This is a fight between the champions. The top two teams duking against each other. But Zab is the first one to go down. That's a beautiful nade from Aquanox. He is spoiling the game for the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. And this can be the starting point of it.
Jonathan, the man with the golden arm, is going to be tossing in grenades. Will be finding Nox as well. And as soon as he understands that there's an opportunity, he's going to push forward. But this time around, playing that backline responsibility of going in for revivals first, Punk is going to be under immense pressure. As Aquanox grenade, in case this connects, then the story can be different. More smokes are going to be deployed just to make sure that the opponent's vision is completely cut off. As Punk is going to be very low on HP. How can he recover from this position?
It's going to be really tough. If Punk goes down, that can open the gates for the side of VXT. But it seems like Zap and company wants to go up close and personal. This is going to be the time for Red Bull standoff mode. But Zap, this is the moment you make the error that can be read like a book by VXT. This is a really, really bad moment for Hero Extreme Godlike, and from behind comes up LIKHITA Esports, if I'm not wrong, who will be completely eliminating Hero Extreme Godlike. But God's Reign, they're sitting with 7 finishes, and that too inside the circle as well.
Absolutely. But LIKHITA Esports, why did Pukar step out of that hard cover which he had? Why did he have to risk so much when his team had already had a man disadvantage? But with that risk, has it paid well for the team? Have they received as many finishes as possible, or as many finishes as they expected stepping out of that hard cover? Because right now GDR, they're trying to pick up as many topography, as much space in the circle as possible. And with a man advantage, I do believe they're going to be the first favorites to get this chicken dinner for themselves.
Look at the split, 2-2 split, completely utilizing and having all the angles covered for themselves, playing through the edges. They're not going way too in the dead center. It's an open land. And then, yes, you do have a ridge to play along, and that's why you see Delta PG positioned in such a way. He has all the information of LIKHITA Esports that he's relying to his teammates. But Right now, the rotation, it has to be crucial. VXT chimes in. LIKHITA Esports, they're trying to fight back, but Aquanox finds one, gets the second one as well. 3 finishes in his name, 8 total for the likes of VXT. Now this comes down to a proper 4v4 battle. While XPOWER needs a quick revival, GODLIKE, they do have an idea. This is the right time to pounce in with all those artillery strikes that you can bring into this picture. And you can see Destro putting everything that he's got in those smoke pits.
Absolutely, but how much will they let go of that topography? Because VXT is slowly coming in from the other side to make sure they have control of the circle. Reading this perfectly, it's gonna be the side of GDR. Destro makes it into the circle first. Now tells his teammates to prioritize the circle. Make sure that VXT have no space to come inside. Once they have the candle burning on both sides, that is when we strike. But still, Apple trying to do his best to gain information. It's XPOWER still alive at the very center of it all. GDR comes in control of the circle all of a sudden. And VXT, they're left in shambles. They don't know what to do next. They're waiting for Somraj to say something. They're waiting for Somraj to give the right kind of call. Raiden, once he understands that there's the other side of the circle which could be taken, that is where they're going to be rotating around and trying to strike from.
Oh, look, there's a shot being fired, trying to find something through the smoke, but Aquanox, Raiden position themselves in a really good spot. Aquanox has been the game changer. This is going to be the opportunity where they can just chime in. Aquanox can make the difference, but no, the retaliation's coming in as Power was there to create the diversion, but right now Destro doing the job, finds down one of the crucial players alongside Delta PG, finds down Raiden. Aquanox is going to be the solo survivor, but no, it's not going to be VXT, rather it's going to be the gods who will reign supreme in the final match. What a game for GODLIKE.
Absolutely phenomenal. Patience paid for them yet again. Today's motto has been very simple. All things comes to those who wait. And we have seen this happen again and again. 4 Miracle in the map of Miramar. They held on to their horses. They got an opportunity. They took the chicken dinner. In this game of Erangel, we saw God's reign replicated. In the first game, we saw the same thing happening from the side of NRI. So let's see, the tales are turning out to be way different than what we expected.
Yeah, exactly. This is a roller coaster ride, and this is the beauty of last chance qualifiers. Every team out there is fighting it out to be in the top 8 and qualify and get the last 8 slots for the grand finals, because we know the prize pool is on stake. They have played so many matches throughout this entire tournament, and right now, when you are this far, when you're this close to reaching in that spot where you can have a chunk of prize pool to your name, but then why let it go?
Absolutely. A good game coming in. I was expecting LIKHITA Esports to do wonders because they were holding that position for such a long time, the hard compound. And when given a chance, when Pukar stepped out of his cover, he had to play it safe, because let me tell you this, when it comes to LIKHITA, one of the stronger assaulter within the team is the IGL himself. So we would want to see him in the final circles. Whereas on the other side, VXT, the one small mistake they did was spreading around in that final circle. And XPOWER's location was such a vulnerable spot. In case he would have not been detected by Destro and taken down, probably he could have given that opening which VXT was expecting him to give from.
Exactly, but also we have to give the credits to Destro once again, the kind of precise calling that he has provided Apple, that
absolutely.
Out of all the 4 players, Apple was the only one who was hovering and going for the drive-by approach, and we can, in this Red Bull replay, we can have an idea what happened in the final circle. VXT came onto they pounced on the players of LIKHITA Esports, got them out. Aquanox and the company did an exceptional job, but then came this picture. First, Somraj got taken down, and after that, the spread happened where XPOWER was the first one to go down in the very similar fashion. Raiden got taken down, and it was all down to Aquanox, which was completely impossible for any player in the entire world. Kind of converting that situation to your own side was almost next to impossible when you don't have covers, when you don't have manpower to play along.
I mean, but still, if you're able to convert it, you're going to be mentioned one amongst the legends, and you're going to be remembered for a very long time. But Necros, I still believe why Destro is considered as one of the best IGLs was portrayed to us in that final circle. As in, when he understood the intensity of that game, he made sure that his players get into the circle first, prioritizing the circle, controlling the topography. Two different players in two corners of the map, and then you have the other two in the vehicles moving around to make sure they pick up frags. What a phenomenal gameplay coming in from their side. The same goes to the side of Somraj as well. As soon as he said Raiden to go into the other side and pick up a corner from the circle, they had an opportunity to strike against the side of GDR. They could have taken down both the players traversing around in the vehicle, but somehow they missed it, due to which GDR was able to capitalize on.
Exactly. And I feel like LIKHITA Esports could have also been one of those teams to maybe dominate, because they had the circle for such a long time. As soon as the circle shifted towards the eastern side, I felt like, okay, this is a circle for LIKHITA Esports. There's no way they are losing it or they are just going down earlier. But I felt like Pukar, he was a little bit greedy in terms of finding those early finishes. He went on to do the third party against the fight which was happening between VXT and Hero Extreme Godlike. But he did find one. He was the one who I believe who put an end to the run of Hero Extreme Godlike, who got the last finish of Jonathan. But that costed him on a contrary, on a contradicting side, if you just ask me.
Yeah. And also losing Kyoya in the beginning of the game itself became a very, very big problem for them as well. But ladies and gentlemen, looking at the MVP of this tournament, slowly we are able to see that Justin as well as Delta PG coming back to form, and God's Reign can't thank their stars enough, because this is the moment the players had to step up. And Justin with 4 frags, even though he's at the 35th spot, it's not going to matter much. If he's contributed 36% of the finished contribution.
Yeah, he was one of the parts of this win, because in total God's Reign backed up 11 finishes with a 21-point a game. Even God's Reign will be making really big climb in the overall standing. VXT will have 14 in their name. IQOO, REVENANT, XSPARK, what a brilliant game for their side. I mean, after not having a really great day and ending it on a good note, it should give them the momentum boost which might help them maybe come back stronger in the next 3 days that they have to play. Followed by that, LIKHITA have 9 points, even for Miracle have 7, 6 for Godlike, Genesis, as well as BLITZ Esports.
Now the table toppers are all in the bottom. IQOOSOUL, Venom, Rivalry, NRI, AR, OGs, all these teams. Where do they stand in the overall standing? On top of them all is got to be 4 Miracles, the most consistent team in this lobby so far, have got 64 points, all thanks to the 36 position points, amongst which 2 chicken dinners of 20 points. They deserve all the praises.
No doubt about it. But with 2 chicken dinners, RIVALRYXNRI, they are sitting in the 5th spot with only 41. So that gives us a gist that only getting chicken dinners won't help you out. So you need to bring up those consistent podium finishes, or maybe some consistent top 5 performances as well, in order to be on top and qualify easily. IQOOSOUL will be having 45 points, tying it with Team Versatile as well. And both of them don't have a single chicken dinner in their name. But in the second chart is where this disappointment lies once again. IQOO Orangutan, IQOO REVENANT XSPARK, IQOO 8-Bit, Hero Extreme Godlike, Genesis Esports, they are all down, even Venom Gaming as well.
These are the teams you need to watch out for, because once these teams try to understand the velocity of this tournament, understand the intensity of the tournament, I believe is the right word, they might make a comeback which no one expected. So hoping to see something big happen like that. But day 1 has been a phenomenal day, if you ask me. Each and every game has taught us something new, but Red Bull Wings replay is going to give us more information about how the day went around.
Oh my god, just look at it. It's going to be the all winner chicken dinners that we will be seeing throughout the day. But before that, it's a big dimension that we witnessed of Red Bull cans. So many Red Bull cans. I just wonder if I can grab one, almost like 12 or something, a dozen of them.
Don't worry, my friend, don't worry.
You can
give
gift me,
an
come
opportunity.
on. Yeah,
You'll be given an opportunity to buy one for yourself. But as of now, we'll be waiting to see what the Red Bull Wing replay is going to look like, because today's day has been phenomenal to relive the moment. Red Bull has always been with us to show us those moments in the final moments of every game, to be frank.
Yeah, exactly. The winning moments. And this match, this one, Gokul, he was doing some good job. But LIKHITA today was something different that what we haven't witnessed in the upper brackets. I'm really happy to see these teams making a comeback. IQOOSOUL, LIKHITA Esports performing well. Even when you just talk about God's Reign playing it well, it gives us so much happiness that yes, finally the teams, they have figured out what was going wrong for them in the upper brackets, and they've got a second chance, and they're utilizing the second chance really precisely. But RIVALRYXNRI, this team has showcased some really good dominating performances throughout the day. 2 chicken dinners backed up in the day 1 itself, but still, yeah, I mean, they did not end where they wanted to be in the top 5, in the 5th position. They maybe wanted themselves to be on the top, but the matches did not go in that well. But on the other hand, Alibaba Raiders, they also bounced back really heavily by the help of JD Gaming.
Absolutely, and after which I did not see JD Gaming perform much throughout the day. But this was one other game where 4 Miracles showed us that yes, they are capable of being on the top of the table. They might be the contenders for the Sky Championship if they continue to showcase what they've done today. BLITZ, they were in shambles because 4 Miracles, the grenades were precisely connecting every single time it was tossed against the opponent's faces. And this moment where Dragon knew that it's easy for him to go take down Toxic, VXT, Somraj did try to do his best, but Dragon, you know what? He knew that angle. He knew very well how to execute things, and the chicken dinner walked into their hands.
Exactly, and in the end, it was all about God's Reign taking some good calls. Even Aquanox, he was doing an exceptional job. 8 finishes backed up, out of which 3 was in the favor of S-Power, 3 was in the favor of Aquanox, and then again, Destro's big brain mind helped God's Reign to win this match, having some precise decision on point, on time, that helped them win this match as well as be in the 2nd position of the overall standings.
Absolutely. Now I'm waiting to see what day number 2 is going to bring to the table, because there's not much point difference between the bottom and the top teams. Yes, if you consider 4 Miracle the only team who have crossed the 60 pointer, we have to consider the position of GODLIKE right now. They've got 20 points, and the team in the 2nd position have got 50 points. So that's just a 30-point difference. 1 chicken dinner and a 10-pointer is going to make sure that you are ready to compete into the top 5 very, very easily, given a chance or given a condition that the teams on the top will not perform in their respective games.
Exactly. They will be praying that the top teams they just crumble down in the day of comebacks, which is going to be tomorrow, day number 2. Once again, it holds a lot of courage, or I would say determination, for the players to kind of bounce back. They need to figure out whatever happened in day 1. Let's just forget. For the teams those who are in bottom 8 respectively, for them, they need to kind of forget whatever happened in day number 1. Let's just forget. It's a restart for ourselves. It's a new day. It's a new beginning. We have 6 matches to play, and out of which, if we win at least 2 to 3 matches, at least 2 wins, 2 chicken dinners and some consistent performance, we can finish in the top 5 by the end of day 2.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be the day of consistency, I believe, and also the day of realization, because the 3rd day, the ultimate day of resurrection, or the ultimate day of comeback, is going to make things much more interesting. Tomorrow's day is going to be so much more important. If you are able to replicate what you did today for the teams in the top of the table, it's going to be a cakewalk for them for the grand finals for sure.
Exactly. And we have seen this thing happen in the upper brackets. Lower bracket was running simultaneously. It was done off stream, so we could not watch all the lower bracket matches. But in the upper bracket, it happened. The team, those who performed well in day 1 and day 2, they did not have to do much heavy lifting when it came down to the day 3 and day 4. It was all an easy run for their side. And if the teams in the lower bracket, in the LCQ, do the very same, out of which we've already seen 4 to 5 teams doing it in the very first day, if they do it in the same thing in day 2, they don't have to worry about how many points they score in day 3 and day 4.
Absolutely. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to bid farewell to you guys for the day. We're going to be coming back tomorrow, same time. Do not forget to hit the subscribe button and the bell button. Share it among your friends so that they do the same as well, because we're very, very close to hitting the 800k mark. With this, it's me, Arka, with Necros as well as Raider, bidding farewell to you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Until then, take care and bye-bye.